Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for joining us this morning. My name is Mark Hyland. I'm on the board of ELA. We're excited to welcome you all to Longwood Gardens for the return of the Regenerative and Resilient Conference. For those of you that have been in the past, we've had it at Winter Tour. We're having it today at Longwood. We really much thank Longwood Gardens for hosting us today. So I'm excited to welcome you all here. Just a quick show of hands. How many are ELA members? Right on. So a good bit of you. If you're not currently an ELA member, highly recommend that you join. There's a lot of benefits. You get discounts for the conferences. You get free access to all of our webinars, which are usually taught by a lot of the speakers and other industry professionals. So lots of really good stuff there. We could not hold this event without our sponsors. So we'd like to thank North Creek Nurseries, Organic Mechanics Soil, Redbud Native Plant Nursery, Kind Earth Growers, Sunset Farmstead, and New Moon Nursery. We really appreciate your generosity to support this conference. And of course, thank you to Longwood Gardens for being such gracious hosts. We've had a great interaction with Longwood. Your badge will serve as ticket into the garden if you want to go take another stroll at the end of the day. Feel free. And the gardens do close at 6, but anyway. So without further ado, we will keep going, and I would like to introduce Dr. Leah Johnson. She is the Associate Director, Land Stewardship and Ecology here at Longwood. She's in Longwood's Science Division, holds a PhD in Ecology and Evolution from Rutgers University, where she worked in the Center for Urban Restoration Ecology. I'm really excited to hear Leah tell us a little bit more about the work that's going on right now at Longwood. She basically has done everything from research in plant ecology and social ecological systems, work with ecological restoration, managed all kinds of projects. She's going to do a much better job telling you about what she's done here at Longwood and in her life experience, but quite an amazing bio. Before Longwood, she was assistant professor at the University of Maryland College of Ag and Natural Resources, and she taught courses in woody plants, urban ecosystems, plant ecology, and urban botany, and still serves as a graduate faculty member. And to keep things moving, without further ado, we're very happy to welcome Dr. Leah Johnson to tell us a little bit more about Longwood's Applied Restoration and Ecology program. Thank you, Leah.
Thanks for that nice introduction. Welcome, everybody, to Longwood. How many of you have been here before? Oh, good. I suspected as much. So if you have been to Longwood before, most people come to Longwood for, the amazing, conservatories and the outdoor landscapes, the fountains, the, cultural programs, the art. What a lot of people do not know is that Longwood Gardens is surrounded by our natural lands. 2/3 of the property, the whole property is about 1,100 acres, and 2/3 of that is in a variety of different habitat types. Obviously, we have the meadow garden, but we also have many other meadows. We have mature forests, we have regenerating forests, we have planted forests, we have wetlands, and this area is managed by the Land Stewardship and Ecology program, which I lead. And we are an interdisciplinary team with expertise in ecological science, native plant horticulture, invasive species management, and other things as well. It's a very interesting group of people, and we need a lot of different kinds of expertise to manage this kind of landscape in this kind of context where we have both public-facing and more biodiversity-facing emphasis in our management, and we also have a bunch of infrastructural support for sustainability that I'll talk a little bit about too. So the basic idea of our program is that we combine ecological science with adaptive land management and inspiring natural beauty. And the work of doing the land management and working with native plants gives us lots of questions which drive the science, and hopefully we get some good answers from that we can feed right back in, and that makes this nice cycle. I find it endlessly fascinating myself. So we do work to conserve and restore biodiversity. protecting and maintaining our high-quality habitats, which are really nice. We conserve rare species. We do planting in areas that could use more biodiversity. We do a lot of work decreasing invasive species. And then we take a landscape scale approach to connecting our habitats. A key element of this is our stewardship science program. So the focus of our science on the Longwood property is really taking questions that are of general interest and trying to come up with solutions, testing practices that would be relevant to a variety of different kinds of settings. So, for example, with invasive species management, we're interested in trying all the different things and looking at how those different techniques might play out over the long term in terms of our native plant diversity and other biodiversity, and also the relative costs and benefits. So what do you need to put in? If you want to use volunteers, how long does that take, and what are the effects of that? Or, if you're going to use an herbicide, what is the best timing and the lowest application rate, for example? So we do also long-term scientific research. We're in the beginning of this. I've been here about 3.5 years. So it's not that long-term yet, but we're setting a baseline for the next 100 years so that we have really good information about the starting condition, which is something that is so often missing, is the people having the bandwidth to take the data to understand the starting condition well so that you can understand and track change over time. So we're working on that. And then all of that feeds back into our day-to-day operation and management with the idea of advancing our different ecosystems that we have along the restorative continuum. In different areas, we might have different starting points and different goals for where we want to get to along that continuum. So our land stewardship program, one of the things that we work on is invasive plants, like I mentioned. These are probably familiar to many of you. And we have long-term studies that we've begun of testing specific techniques for invasive plant control, where we're looking at long-term outcomes of those and how those affect native plant communities and biodiversity. This is an example that we're working on. That was a picture of garlic mustard in the last one. This is microstygium, Japanese siltgrass. So we have test plots in a number of areas where we really have a nice carpet of Japanese siltgrass here to work with. So we're trying a variety of techniques on that, and we'll be watching that over the next 10 years to see, how the different techniques play out. The goal of the invasive species management that we do, we're increasing biodiversity, providing habitat, and also making things look beautiful with native plants, especially in our public-facing areas. In order to do this, we're using a whole bunch of different disciplinary perspectives, so understanding plant physiology, really we do a lot of work with timing, and species-specific information to try to optimize the way that we approach different species. And one of the interesting things about this particular context is that we can use all the tools in the toolbox and look at how they compare to one another. At a landscape scale, we also work with prioritization, which is, I think anybody who manages an area of a larger size has this problem. I mean, even at a very small scale, everybody has the problem of there are only so many people, so much time, and so much money. So, you need to prioritize where you're going to work when. And so, with invasive species, we use an approach that engages with the invasion curve concept. So we manage species that are already widespread differently than we manage species that we know are a problem somewhere else. Like if we find kudzu, we're going to remove every strand, but which we don't have at this point. But so there are species that we know are a big problem elsewhere. If they arrive, we focus on them very intensively. Whereas other species, we might be just trying to keep out of an area of higher quality, or remove from an area of higher quality. So we use that as part of our prioritization. We don't just subtract species. We also do a lot of adding species back in. One example is that we do forest restoration. I'd like you to think about this picture. Some of you probably lived close enough that you remember the Route 52 getting moved out of the meadow garden, what is in the meadow garden now, over to its current location. So this is a picture of the before. If you're on Route 52, you can think about that when you're moving through that space. So we do, larger scale forest restoration, as well as, working within our established forest to add back missing layers and missing species, and to help our canopy gaps when they occur to not fill with invasive plants. We work on techniques for these kinds of things. One project we're working on right now is sort of a sustainable reuse of a waste product. I got asked, we have a mountain of wood chips right now, because we do a lot of sort of, we do our own composting, we do our own wastewater treatment, so that we have a lot of sort of material flows within the property. And so we happen to have a surplus of wood chips, and so we started thinking, okay, we have an area that is covered in some invasive herbaceous plants. How might we use this? It's an area we want to reforest. Could we speed up the process of building forest soils in this area with wood chips, and meanwhile smother some things we don't want to see? So that's a study we just began. We'll be following that over the next several years. And then our ecological science program, we're at the beginning, really, of a big ecological assessment and ecological baseline study, where we're going to be looking at a variety of taxa to understand responses to our management. We began with a plant ecology study. Plant ecology is my, true first love. I love plants, I admit that. And I'm a plant community ecologist by training. So we began first with understanding what are all the plant communities we have across the property. Like many places, the first map that you would encounter would be something that's where areas for management are delineated by roads, they're delineated by paths, by former uses and those kinds of things. So we were curious, what are the ecological communities that have resulted from the many years of different land management that this site has had? And I think you can kind of think of Longwood's site as being, I think of it as being similar to like very large urban parks that I've worked with, where there are that may contain a former golf course and a former orchard, and this area was a field and that area was parked on, and this area used to be a building and that used to be a road. So there's a lot of that kind of legacy in the soils and in the species that we have of many different land uses over time, which I find fascinating. It's kind of like a microcosm of the Mid-Atlantic. So we worked with the Natural Heritage Program. We had a botanist who worked for them, Claire Chiffre, and we also had Janet Ebert, if you know her, who is a rock star of botany, come out and help us with this. And we delineated 213 distinct plant communities, and we were not being splitty about it. So, basically a third of that is in meadows, about a third of that is in forests, or a little more than a third of that's in forests. We have lots of streams and wetlands. We're on a ridge line here, so we have multiple streams. And we also have a fair amount of agricultural land. So, doing this, we're using the tools of, plant ecology. We've also built a GIS system to support this work, including building ecological science data collection tools. One of my pet projects is to build tools that are not odious for people to use in the field, that can be, where you can have assessments that people might actually do, because they're not going to take so much time that the people are going to be made nuts by it. So, so this is something something I'm very interested in, and we're continuing to develop these tools over time. And the kinds of assessments, trying to get meaningful information out of the most rapid assessment possible. It's a really interesting, tricky dance to try, how much, because you need a certain amount of expertise to do some kinds of assessment, and for plant ID, for example, whereas other things maybe you can do more quickly. So we're using that also both to track our management activities and also to track plant populations. So tracking spring ephemerals, tracking invasive species. We've developed a volunteer team called the Plant Scouts who go out and map invasive species for us, and we've developed And if anybody wants to talk to me about this later, we can talk at some other point. But we developed a phenology-based calendar for them. So we have them go and scout for things. We don't require them to be like experts in all the plants. We send them out to go look for things when they're super obvious. So Norway maple right now, yellow when other things are not. So we send them to look for Japanese barberry when it's in fruit and other things are not, and so looking for those obvious characteristics throughout the year. And we used iNaturalist to help build those timing calendars for a whole bunch of different species. We'll have a product that, we'll share with everybody when we get that refined. We do a lot of science with volunteers. We have a number of different volunteer science teams. We have a bluebird team that has been supporting bluebirds in 200-something bluebird boxes. It changes a little bit each year that support cavity nesting birds. Bluebirds primarily, also a lot of tree swallows and chickadees and other things that like to nest in a hole. We have a meadow phenology team that tracks when all the different plants are blooming through the meadow garden through the entire season. They go out once a week. We have a bird survey that's been going since the 70s. We have just amazing volunteers. I am very grateful to them. They're great to work with. And we were doing a pilot study with Lepidoptera with moths, butterflies, and skippers. We also have developed some iNaturalist projects. If you're wandering around and you see anything interesting, please put it on iNaturalist. It'll go into our projects. And then we do collaborative science. I'm a plant nerd. I need other nerds to help me with other taxa. So we do collaborative work, especially in the animal world, with people who are expert in those organisms. That's a tracker going on at Purple Martin, and as part of an international study of migration, and that also is looking at local movement of these birds. And there are several other towers in our area that track that. We also, the Land Stewardship and Ecology program also supports a number of sustainability infrastructure pieces that are part of Longwood's overall sustainability plan. So we do a lot of work. A lot of that is supporting our facilities department, and for things like keeping the grass in the solar field short enough that the solar panels don't get overtopped by grasses. I'm thinking I'd love to put some sheep in there. There's also down here on the bottom left, that's our effluent spray field. So we have, that has to be mowed, things like that. And then we also manage a number of different kinds of retention, detention, infiltration basins across the property to try to keep those in native vegetation and functional. And then we also help review, my team helps review plans. We have some people with background in landscape architecture and other things to help make sure that when new construction happens, that the plant mixes are good for a good fit with the natural lands where those are overlapping with the natural communities. There are some of our basins. And finally, but definitely not last, we are focused on inspiring people in our public-facing landscapes. We design and implement and maintain native plants displays. We have, if you go in the meadow garden, you'll notice that there are, at our pavilions and at other places, there are hotspots of especially native perennials. And we're increasingly labeling them, but we do, a lot of interpretation of native plants as well. Longwood has a different approach to some organizations which might have a lot of signs. We have a lot of docents. There's more sort of like personal storytelling rather than lots of signs. So it's an interesting interpretive environment to work in that respect. Do trainings to make sure that that is, we're telling the stories we want to tell. So the Meadow Garden is our primary and largest public-facing area at 86 acres. My background is in plant communities. This is an early successional community, right? So plant communities change over time following a disturbance. A meadow is something that happens right after a disturbance. So in order to maintain a meadow, you have to keep disturbing it. And in this region, you're going to get a forest if you just stand around, because trees win, they're tall, they're going to come. In this region, a lot of our meadows are former agricultural fields. If you want to arrest that process, you have to stop it somewhere. This is actually a really interesting study if anybody has been to the Hutchison Memorial Forest. This is one of the longest running studies of ecological succession. It's in New Jersey, not too far from here. So we use ecological disturbance to limit the woody plants, increase light and space for seeds and seedlings, and to favor warm season grasses and herbaceous plants. So we use mowing. We also, I think one element that's not exactly shown here is that with our invasive species management, we also, we'll do a lot of spot mowing for that as well. So that also creates more heterogeneity on top of our rotational burning and mowing that we do about every 3 years. So depending on management objectives for a given meadow, we might treat it more frequently or we might, depending on the goals, if we wanted more grasses, for example. But in general, the meadow garden itself is on a 3-year rotation, and we work through 1/3 of the meadow each year to give plenty of space for populations to continue. It looks really extreme right after it happens, but everything bounces back very quickly. There's a nice one of the Webb Farmhouse, which is a gallery that interprets the history of the land. You can take a shuttle there if you don't want to walk all the way there. And then our other public-facing area is the Forest Walk. This is not as intensely interpreted, but it is open to the public. We have a really lovely populations of spring wildflowers there, which we also augment. We're doing rare species conservation in there as well, working with Peter Zale, who is also in the science department, who is an orchid guy and does some amazing work with propagating orchids that nobody knows how to propagate. We support a lot of forest-dwelling wildlife. And we also have this focus on providing guest experience. So we do a lot of little things that, keeping our paths, nice and open is one of those. And then we also engage our community in ecological gardening, so meadow gardening, pollinator gardening, some forest gardening increasingly, and working with native perennials. So also we share our knowledge about the various things we do. My team has a bunch of wonderful folks on it who can teach on a bunch of different kinds of topics. So that is a rapid tour of the Land Stewardship and Ecology program at Longwood Gardens. Welcome to Longwood. I'm happy to chat with people later. I'm also happy to hear from you, at any point if you want to, continue the conversation.
Thank you, Leah. That was awesome. That was our little bonus presentation, and we got to hear a lot of some interesting things going on at Longwood, so thank you. Appreciate it. If you're tracking the schedule of events and the timing of things, we are going to ask you to be a little flexible with us today. We're going to increase the time for restroom breaks, and we will have plenty of time in the day. But without further ado, I'm going to introduce our next speaker so that we can keep moving. And then we'll have a restroom break after the Q&A at the end of Kate's talk. So I'd like to introduce Kate Austin. Kate is the Green Infrastructure and Asset Coordinator for the City of Lancaster, PA. She manages the operations and maintenance practices of the city's award-winning green infrastructure installations, as well as manages the small stormwater project permitting program. Kate is, you'll hear this, I'm sure, Kate is passionate about cultivating multifunctional, beautiful, native urban landscapes to manage stormwater, provide habitat, and promote urban greening. Kate's a graduate of the University of Georgia with a bachelor's in landscape architecture and Moravian College with a bachelor's in political science. In addition to her work at the City of Lancaster, Kate also serves as president of the board of the Little Conestoga Watershed Alliance, and she's a board member of the Chesapeake Conservation Landscaping Council. Please join me in welcoming Kate. Thank you.
Right. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I'm really thrilled to be here this morning with all of you. Ecological maintenance is probably my favorite topic to talk about, and figuring out how to fix things when they're not working is my favorite thing about my job. So this is a really wonderful topic for today's discussions. And so, yeah, want to talk a little bit about the City of Lancaster's Green Infrastructure Program and kind of some of the history of it, where we're at now, where we're going. So just how many in the room have been to Lancaster City before? Awesome, great. So many of you have probably seen a lot of this green infrastructure in and around town. So we really launched our focus on green infrastructure in 2011 when we instituted our green infrastructure plan. And it was really in response to the needs to address our combined sewer system. So like many older cities across the country, we have a combined sewer system. So when we have rain events, the rain that falls into our stormwater inlets in the street goes into the same pipes as our sewage. Everything in a typical event goes to the wastewater treatment plant and gets treated. So in a lot of ways, it's great because that means that our stormwater is getting treated as well. Unfortunately, when we have larger rain events, we have what are called combined sewer overflows. The way the system is designed, when there's too much water in the system, it sends it into pipes untreated, so untreated stormwater and sewage, and it discharges directly into the Conestoga River. So we are under federal mandate to reduce those combined sewer overflows. And so that regulatory pressure was really what drove the creation of our green infrastructure program. When we looked at, all right, how are we going to address this environmental problem in our community? We looked at what if we did this all with gray infrastructure, with pipes, if we separated our sewer system from our stormwater system, large holding tanks. And the cost was going to be astronomical, as well as the disturbance to the city. As you have seen, we have, it's a very small, dense city, and as you can imagine, there's a lot of infrastructure underneath all of our roadways, and so kind of even creating the space to do that would be really prohibitive. So instead, we looked to institute green infrastructure, and our past director of public works, who really spearheaded this program, she would often say in presentations that in the beginning she was not entirely sold on it. She's a civil engineer. She's used to dealing with, the very concrete numbers of, how many gallons can be held in a tank, how much, capacity a pipe can hold. And green infrastructure is a little bit more flexible than that. But when we looked at the numbers and the possibility of instituting this in the city, it really seemed like the best fit for us. So just to show a few examples of the types of green infrastructure that we now have in the city, we have a number of vegetated curb extensions all throughout the city, these small rain garden bump outs along our city streets. We also have don't even know how many miles at this point of porous pavements, and so many of our alleys are either porous asphalt, porous pavers. We even have some porous concrete. Many of our basketball courts we have converted to porous asphalt, and that has been a great success for stormwater management, but also for neighbors, because we've had this, there's this benefit that we didn't expect is that because of the pore space in the porous asphalt, it kind of dampens the sound of the ball bouncing. And so it doesn't drive neighbors as crazy when there's a basketball game happening at 9 o'clock at night. So, we also have a number of green roofs in the city. I don't know that this number is still accurate, but at some point we had the most green roofs per capita in the country. So it pays to be a small city. We're only 60,000 people, but that's a technology that we're seeing that we have been installing since about 2008, and that we're seeing more and more being proposed, especially for land development projects. So. All right, so looking a little bit about, the growth of our program over time. We started out as a very, very small staff. So when the Green Infrastructure Plan was instituted, it was a staff of one. It was the Director of Public Works heading this up. And then when we passed the Stormwater Ordinance and instituted the Bureau in 2012, we had a small staff, and at that point, we really started instituting a lot of demonstration projects. We had funding from PennVest to install projects all throughout the city, and we really started focusing on where did we already have needs for capital improvements. We had a lot of parks that needed upgrading, for instance, and so how could we leverage the funds that we had for stormwater improvements with the capital funds for these other improvements we needed to make. So whether that was street improvements or park improvements, kind of cobbling those funds together. In 2014, we passed our stormwater utility fee. So it's based on impervious area for every property owner in the city. No one is exempt. Churches, schools, the city itself, we all pay the fee, and it's based on impervious area. So it's a tiered system. Most of the residents in the city are in either Tier 1 or Tier 2, so that's up to 1,000 square feet of impervious, or 2,000 square feet for Tier 2, and are paying anywhere between $22 and $44 a quarter. And then it goes up from there. So our Tier 3 goes up to 3,000 square feet, and then Tier 4 is actually based on actual impervious area, because there's quite a gap between maybe just a large commercial property and, say, the mall property with many, many acres of parking lots. So with the ordinance and the fee, we are seeing a lot of private installation of stormwater management practices that get reviewed through our permitting process. And what I'm going to focus more on today is our public installations. But it's really important. We recognized early on that if we were going to get to the goals that we have for stormwater management and for reducing those combined sewer overflows, we were going to really need to see these practices installed in every possible parcel in the city. We really kind of look at it as kind of a green sponge throughout the city, just absorbing as much of our rainwater as we can. So in 2015, that's when I started with the city, and that's when we kicked off our monitoring and assessment program. So when I started with the city, I developed our inspection protocol, did all the field inspections. We are now required under our federal consent decree to be doing field inspections every 30 days of all of our public stormwater installations. And we have found that is it's become very critical to our program of understanding how things are functioning, and if things are not functioning, how we need to address it, whether it is a kind of a basic maintenance concern, or it's something a little bit more challenging, like there's an issue with the installation or the design itself is not successful. So we'll get into talking about some of those changes that we've made over time. And today we are, continuing to grow as a program. We have many, many programs or many projects in the pipeline, either in design or in installation. These days we're looking at installing approximately 4 major projects a year, so it's constantly growing. So it's a big program to be keeping up with. And so with all of the new installations and the old installations, we have developed some plans to help guide us in the proper operations and maintenance of them, monitoring of how they're functioning. And we also, what I didn't show here is we have a design manual. And we really think about design, operations and maintenance and monitoring as, this kind of being a cycle. And Leah had mentioned this as well with adaptive management, really thinking about how the lessons that we're learning in the field with our operations and maintenance team, through the monitoring that we're doing, which is largely infiltration testing, how that information is really vital in how we're designing new projects. And so we're really taking a lot of those lessons that we're learning in the field and communicating that back to our designers as we're building new installations, so that we're not continuing to make the same, I don't want to say the same mistakes, but sometimes they are, but that we can incorporate the learning lessons that we have, that we've gained over time and into better installations. So in terms of bioretention, we have a lot of it in the city. We have many of these small and large vegetated bump outs. We have about 200 of them. Some of them are more rain gardens that you might be a little more familiar with in our park areas that are using native soils, but these that are in the right-of-way these are really very highly engineered systems. They use a bioretention soil mix that is largely sand-based. They are very high infiltration rates. And as you can imagine, we also have a lot of sun exposure in many of them, and a lot of salt exposure. We'll talk about some of how that has become sometimes an issue for us. And so the management of these systems looks a lot different than the management of our rain gardens that are in our park areas that might be under the canopy of mature trees and able to utilize the groundwater base of the native soils there. And so these gardens we have throughout the city, and the ones that we maintain as staff are the ones that are in the right-of-way or on city properties. And we maintain them all with our city staff. And our green infrastructure maintenance staff is currently a mighty team of 2, and so we're adding 1 additional staff person with the goal of ramping up to have 4 full-time staff. As you can imagine, it is a lot to maintain for 2 people, and so it's we have learned a lot on how to prioritize. So talking a little bit about our inspections and monitoring program. So we have a full-time inspector who goes out and does these monthly inspections, and also on a regular basis, we are, so on a 5-year cycle for each installation, we are doing infiltration testing to assess how well the systems are functioning over time. With that, we're able to see if suddenly if our porous pavement is not looking so hot and is clogged and our infiltration rate has slowed down dramatically, we can look at, okay, are there some adjacent surfaces that are washing onto the pavement? Did we have a bad mix of porous asphalt that was a little bit too tight? That is a common problem that we've seen over time. Has there been some settlement that has caused things to not be infiltrating the way that they should? And so it's really critical information for us, and it's something that we are developing a system to be reporting that information to EPA as well for our program. And some of the other metrics that we're reporting regularly are the nutrient removal of our systems, as well as the volume of capture of stormwater on an annual basis. So looking at what we're thinking about when it comes to inspections, we really are focusing on each of the areas of our bioretention areas and really paying attention to how it's working holistically. And so we've developed this inspection sheet. Now, fortunately, when I started, we were still on paper and clipboards. Now we actually have a GIS-based asset management system, which makes everything much easier and kind of keeps all of our information together and easily accessible and more easy for us to analyze over time. But these are the areas that we're looking at when we do these monthly inspections. And with this great frequency of inspections, it really allows us to get a really clear understanding of what's happening over time. Because sometimes, from month to month, there's not a lot of action happening. It's, maybe there's some additional trash or there's some sediment, But when we are consistently seeing that that there is a significant amount of sediment that's entering a system, or there is we're having a lot of erosion within the system, it's getting more water and the velocity is more than expected, that can really trigger some of these corrective actions that we need to see. So the inspections are the really critical first step in our maintenance program. And in terms of our staff, so we just feel that it's really important to make sure our staff is trained with all of the skills and knowledge that exist. And so we have the majority of our staff has gone through the Chesapeake Bay Landscape Professional certification program. We also, I know some of our staff came out here to Longwood last winter for some invasive management control training. And so bringing in all of these resources so that we are well equipped to be managing and tackling the issues that we see is really important. We're also able to host trainings at the city because we have all these great examples of green infrastructure for other contractors in the area to take advantage of. And seeing more and more contractors participating in these types of trainings, we really see as a real asset for the city, because that means that we have a broader contractor base who's well-versed in how to design, care for, manage these systems. And so we have just more successful stormwater management throughout the city and the region. All right, so I want to get into talking about some specifics about some projects that we've looked at and some of the changes that we have made over time. So this project I want to talk about first is at the intersection of Plum and Walnut Streets on the east side of the city. It was installed back in 2013. This is near the Lancaster Brewing Company, if you're familiar with that. And the real driver for this project was this was the highest traffic accident intersection in the county at the time. It was just a terrible mess of an intersection. You can see that concrete merging median caused many accidents. I now own a home on this block, and some of my neighbors have lived there for 30 years, and they lost 7 cars that were totaled being parked along the side of the street because people couldn't merge over in time, and they just smashed into the cars. So it was a very real issue in the neighborhood. And so so to address it, we knew we needed to kind of straighten out this intersection, make it safer for drivers, for pedestrians, for cyclists, and there was a great opportunity to manage stormwater. We had some issues with localized flooding in this intersection. So we, let's see, yes, so this is the view of after we installed the green infrastructure. So there are 4 large rain garden areas, as well as, so the red paver areas are all porous pavers. And so in total, we're managing about 1.5 million gallons of stormwater every year with this installation. And but in addition to managing the stormwater, those rain gardens have really helped to narrow the roadway to slow traffic speeds and to just make it a much safer intersection for all users of the roadway. And it's also created a lot of habitat in what had been a extremely paved, hot, this is a little bit on the industrial edge of the city, and so really adding that green space was really important. So this is what it looked like when it was first installed. It was lovely. We had a lot of native shrubs and mostly a mulch kind of understory, not much of an understory. And unfortunately, the entire thing died all of our plants died within the first year, which is very unfortunate. We had just invested a lot in this project. We had just we're the only Pennsylvania winner of the Bubba Award, the best urban BMP in the Bay. So our beautiful new project, all of our plants died in the first year. And we really looked at, okay, what's going on here? And there were 2 major issues that we saw. One was our soil media, this very sand-based, high infiltrating soil not holding a lot of nutrients, not holding a lot of water, and that's as it was designed. We did not want it to, but wasn't a great support system for the shrubs that we had installed there. But the bigger issue we think at play is the road salts. So this is a major entryway into the city. It is a PennDOT right-of-way. It gets heavily salted in the winter months, and a lot of that salt is obviously entering our rain garden system. And so we decided we needed a new plant palette. And so we worked with Claudia West and she designed a plant palette that skewed more native to mid-Atlantic coastal species. So looking at Delaware and New Jersey natives that could handle the urban heat island effect of this hot exposed environment, the salt and the sand-based soils. And we moved to a more herbaceous palette. And so we kept everything. It's a fairly complex planting palette, which I often get a lot of questions from engineers around, well, how does your staff maintain, there's I think 40 different species in there. And that's kind of worked out over time. There's a little less diversity than there was in the beginning, but how does your staff know how to care for it? Well, one of the key things that I have found that's been really simple is that all the species there, because of visibility for the roadway, everything had to be about 3.5 feet or under. So it's become really easy. If there's a plant that's shooting up and is 6 feet tall, it's really easy for our staff to note that, okay, that one is not supposed to be there. Let's get that one out of there. And obviously there are some other, lower growing species that are less desirable that, like morning glory that keeps popping up in here that is a constant struggle. But overall, this very dense, lush planting has performed really well. It's really well suited for the site, and it's just worked out incredibly well for us. We also completely got rid of mulching, and that reduced our maintenance burden, as well as really allowed those plants to just fill out and be their own green mulch. So one of the other hard lessons we learned with this installation is that adjacent surfaces can have incredible impacts into the function that may not have been part of the original design project. So this little alley is called Brewery Alley. It's kind of a U-shape. There's these 2 dog legs, and it is a private alley. Private alleys are the bane of our existence at the city, and for residents as well. They are generally all of the adjoining landowners own a percentage of the alley, and so in order to make any improvements, changes, every single adjoining landowner has to sign on an agreement before it can be paved, before it can be, any kind of improvements. And so, as you can imagine, that typically means that they don't get touched. And so this one was in particularly bad condition. It was gravel and soil, and as you can see, a lot of weeds. And this was all directly upstream of our large rain garden that we just replanted, and was depositing an incredible amount of sediment into our rain garden. So we identified that this had to be addressed, and the city typically doesn't like to get involved with these private alleys, but we've noted that sometimes it has to happen. So we spent the better part of a year reaching out to property owners to get everyone to sign on to an agreement to improve the alley. And so the 2 dog legs that connect to the main roadway are standard asphalt, and the alley behind the homes is a porous asphalt. So we're getting some additional stormwater management. And that's what it looks like today. And you can see there's kind of these 2 trench drains, and you can see the edge of the stone cobble in there that was just the whole thing was getting really blocked up with all of the sediment coming off of that alley. So that's something we're a lot more conscientious about in the design phase now, is looking at those adjacent surfaces, whether it is unimproved parking pads or just if people are illegally parking in their backyard adjacent to an area that we're looking to put in green infrastructure, it's going to be a challenge for us. So thinking about that from the beginning instead of after the fact. So another improvement that we made in this area more recently was looking at our sediment forebays. So these had been designed with all stone cobbles, and they really were not working terribly well for us. They were just full of sediment, not just from that unimproved alley, just the sediment wearing off the wearing course of the asphalt roadway contributes just an incredible amount of sediment into the rain garden. And I think that was something that the design team didn't really think about, thinking, okay, it's all impervious, so there's not going to be a lot of junk washing into here. And it really is quite the opposite. If you ever walk along the side of the road, you can see how much accumulates. And so, and the challenge of cleaning this out was really, it was really a problem. The best recommendation I had heard for cleaning out the stone cobbles was pulling them all out over a tarp and using a milk crate to shake all the junk off of them and reinstall them. And obviously, that was not going to be something that was going to be manageable for us over time. And so we needed to come up with something else. And so we had a lot of weed growth in here. And so we came up with a solution that was a little bit counterintuitive to what we normally think about with stormwater management. We decided to put in concrete sediment forebays. And so the idea of pouring concrete in a rain garden is usually the opposite of what we would want to do, but we weren't getting any infiltration in those areas anyway. We weren't getting any successful growth of the plant species we wanted. And so by removing those cobbles and replacing it with concrete, it really worked well to capture that sediment. And so this is the after of that that area that we just looked at. So by installing concrete in this full area, we're able to, first of all, the sediment is very highly visible, so it's great for our maintenance staff that they can see that there's an issue. They can get in with a flat edge shovel and scoop it out, or use the vacuum attachment that they clean out inlets with to just clean it out fairly easily. And so that has really worked quite well for us. Yeah, and then we did the same thing. We had this very large cobble channel along the edge of the larger rain garden down the street, and that had really become a dam. It was so full of sediment that water wasn't able to properly enter the rain garden. And so we dug all of that out. We did some soil replacement because sediment had contaminated the soils then, and replanted. And part of our planting strategy along the edges of the forebays was to do a very dense plant matrix of juncus and sedge, and so that we had just a really tough vegetated filter coming through. And that has really worked out really well for us. I mean, the juncus is just thriving, and it's easy for us to then pull out the material that accumulates along the base of the plants there. So we've been really happy with how it's turned out. And yeah, I'll mention, we did all of this work in-house. So you can see in this photo, all that real dark soil there, that's all the sediment accumulation. And the lighter soils are the sand-based bioretention soils. So our crew got out, our public works crew, so we pulled in some of our parks department folks, some of our streets department folks for assistance, and removed the existing areas, poured and set the concrete. And yes, and so I added this picture just to note that even with all of these improvements, we can't accommodate for everything. This car drove into our rain garden less than a week after we did all of these improvements to the concrete. Luckily, they didn't drive into the sediment forebay, though they did smash this concrete weir that I think we still need to fix. But yeah, traffic is still a major issue on this street, and this is not the first, and it won't be the last time a car has landed in it. So I kind of think about some of our rain gardens are performing some traffic safety in a different kind of way by capturing cars as they come in. Yeah. So in these lessons that we learned with Plum and Walnut in doing this in-house retrofit, it worked so well that we had some projects that were in the design pipeline at the time, and we were able to institute this practice into a new installation. So this was at Hershey Avenue, and I believe this went in 2019. And so there's a lot of water that comes off of this roadway at a pretty fast velocity along the curb line. And so we have a tiered system to capture the water as it comes in, and it collects from these like toothed edges that allows the water to go through the gaps in between, but captures the sediment in the concrete area. And then we do also have a row of those cobbles to also help with that energy dissipation, but by being able to capture some of that fine sediment before it gets to the cobbles, it's less of a maintenance headache for us. So, all right. So in addition to these concrete forebays, another innovation that has come directly from our maintenance staff has been the use of filtration socks in the concrete forebays. Now, filtration socks are obviously nothing new, used all the time in erosion sedimentation control. But what is interesting about this is we're using it we're customizing the size of them. So our maintenance staff is producing these in-house to fit exactly the size of our forebays. They're using a very open mesh fabric that they went to Joann Fabric and found, the stuff that worked, and filled it with wood chips. And they developed a few iterations of it to see what would work best. And so I have been amazed at how successful this really simple installation has been, and the impact it's had on reducing the maintenance burden in our rain gardens. It really captures a tremendous amount of fine sediment and keeps it from getting into the soil and into the plant-in bed. It's cheap to produce. Once it fills up, we can dispose of it and replace it. And it just works incredibly well in concert with this concrete forebay concept. So I've got a little video. This has really been the brainchild of one of our maintenance operator, and so he will talk a little bit about how it functions in the field. So hopefully
you can see it's really ripping down right now. You can see that I think this bag got pushed during the course of the rain, but it's not letting anything past it, even when it's in this semi-hurricane condition. I've got my shirt over my phone right now so that you can see what's going on, but looks like it's doing what it's supposed to. All right, this is it the next day. It rained even harder last night, so we can see that none of the sediment really got through. This is what it looks like beneath the bag. I'm especially seeing in the corners here just a lot of dirt that's beneath it. We're seeing this kind of okay, here we are. We can see how much dirt really filled this thing up. It's almost like mud inside of here. You can see it's really ripping down right now.
pause it because it's. All right.
You can see that I think.
Okay. So what's been amazing to me, in addition to intercepting all of that sediment, is that it has also intercepted a tremendous amount of weed seeds. And we have seen such a dramatic reduction in the amount of weeds we're dealing with. And that has probably been the biggest success in the reduction of the maintenance tasks that are needed. And so it has been just a really cool, simple, low-cost, easy installation. And we've been really pleased with how it works. So this is another process that is that Frisco, who was speaking in the last video, has been implementing, and we're testing out how it's going to work, looking at using pavers just dry set as forebays. And we have just installed these this summer and this fall, and we're going to see how well it performs. I'll be honest, I have some concerns that we might have similar issues that we had with the cobbles, that they're going to be hard to clean out. But because everything is more flush, using the vacuum attachment that we use for cleaning out the inlets is easier to do with this than it was with the irregularity of the cobbles. This is also installed at the base of a hill. We find that the areas where we get the most sediment buildup is at the bottom of slopes, and so this is also helping with a lot of that energy dissipation. And so we're going to see how it functions, and the beauty of it is, one, it's not really permanent. We can pull it out if it's not working. It is easier for our crew to install than the concrete, where we have to bring in some other staff who can help with the concrete forebays. And it's a little bit more flexible, so we can kind of it's harder to see in this photo, but there's a little bit of a grade change. There's a little bit of a belly to this forebay to help the sediment kind of dump out in this area before it gets into the plant beds. And so we're going to see how this works. I'm really excited to kind of compare and contrast this to the solid concrete forebays and how it might function, especially with this used in combination with the filtration socks to keep a lot of that fine sediment out that could really clog the spaces between the pavers. And the nice thing is, if we do end up with an area of clogging with a lot of sediment, we can just pull those pavers out, clean out the sediment, and reset the pavers. And so I'm excited to see where this goes. But more than anything, I'm really excited that we have maintenance staff who are thinking creatively about how to innovate in the field, how to address problems that they're seeing regularly and try things out. I'm a big fan of trial and error, and sometimes we learn the greatest lessons from the things that don't work. And so yeah, it's really wonderful to have staff who are so invested in the function of these systems that they're willing to, go out on a limb and try something new, and to get things to work. All right, so another park that we did some significant retrofits to, we have some bump outs at Crystal Park in the southeast of the city, and so this was also one of the early installations, similar to Plum and Walnut. I believe this was installed in 2012, and we had a lot of issues with how water was moving around this system. It just was not performing the way that we needed it to. So we had a lot of issues with sedimentation, just a buildup of a lot of sediment in this area. The flow path of the water, like I said, was just not moving how it was supposed to. And we identified that one of the issues was the outlet heights were they were installed improperly, and they were too high. So that structure that you see with the water collecting around it, the height of the edge of that structure is actually higher than the curb height. So the water was just overflowing over the curb and leaving the rain garden rather than overflowing into the outlet structure. So all of our systems are also lined with a non-woven geotextile fabric, and we have questioned whether that might be adding to some of the poor infiltration rates if it's clogging when there's so much sedimentation. We had a lot of plant failure in this area and a lot of vandalism when it came to the theft of plant species. We have cameras in this area, and we have footage of our vandals are largely under the age of 5, and so it's a lot of small children at the park who like to just pluck them out of the rain garden. So figuring out a way to deal with that was, we decided the best course was just replant it and hope for the best. So this is what the original design looked like. You could kind of see we've got the curb cuts with the intended flow path through the gardens, and we just weren't seeing water going that way. They tended to be diverting around, going closer to the curb line and causing a lot of erosion. And so in terms of the retrofits that we were looking at here, we removed and replaced soils, and in the process of that, we also removed as much of the geotextile fabric as we could to trial out to see if that might be an issue here. We installed the concrete sediment forebay. We also installed a level spreader to help to direct the flow of the water better across the full width of the rain garden rather than kind of channeling in one area. It also provided in this larger rain garden a kind of a pedestrian crossing. Pedestrians just walking through the rain garden was really becoming a problem, so having something that somebody could walk across was important. And actually, since we've done this installation, we've put another accessible path through here. And we adjusted those outlet heights and installed new plantings and engaged neighbors. We knocked on doors and talked to neighbors about what was going on. And there was a woman probably in her 80s who every day was taking a 5-gallon bucket and walking around the park and picking up the stone cobbles that kids had pulled out of the rain gardens and thrown all over the place in the park and walking them back down and putting them back in the rain garden. And we thought, okay, we need to get rid of these stone cobbles. Like, this woman does not need to be spending her retirement doing that. But hearing that this was such an everyday common problem that she, felt the need to do this really got us thinking in a different way about how to design this. So we did kind of a similar approach that we took over at Plum and Walnut with the concrete forebays. And this is what it looked like on planting day. So that's that level spreader / impromptu pedestrian walkway you can see in the background there. And so this has really helped to get these systems performing the way that they should be. So this was really a combination of installation error, probably some design that was not quite as successful as we wanted to see, and then just some more everyday run-of-the-mill maintenance issues. And so being able to address all of those things was really important to getting things functioning the way they needed to. And so again, this is showing we used that in the area closest to the forebay, that mix of juncus and sedge to create that filtration area, and then more of a diversity of native species in the rest of the garden. And it's been performing pretty well then over time. We've been happy with the way that it's been. This one is a little bit more of a struggle. It's in a lot of shade, and there's some large sycamore trees that are incredible and beautiful, but the leaves really clog up the system very quickly in a rain event. So check where I'm at. So another one that we did a retrofit to, and I just wanted to throw this one in because sometimes the fix is not as involved as having to re-engineer the system, move the outlet heights, all of that. This was simply a replanting and a replacement of soils, and we didn't replace all of the soils. We scraped about the top 4 inches to remove the sediment that had built up. This one was also installed in 2012. And did a new planting in here, and it really is performing very nicely. We did all 3 of these retrofits in 2018, and they are all continuing to perform really well. And so this was, while it was an intensive replanting event, there wasn't a whole lot else. Otherwise, the system was working really well. And now it's really beautiful. We have a nice mix of species, some really nice columbine that has been really spectacular in the spring. So yeah. So with all that, these are kind of the major lessons that we've learned over time. First of all, obviously choosing appropriate plant material. The right plant in the right place especially for these bioengineered soils. Making sure it matches the condition is really important. Really thinking about the impact of adjacent surfaces. That is something that I'm continuing to fight with our engineers, that often when they are looking at a plan, at the computer, you're not necessarily taking into consideration the full drainage area and the full conditions of that drainage area. So really thinking about that is important. Designing with maintenance in mind is something that I think that we're starting to do a lot better now at the city. Bringing in our maintenance staff into the conversation at the very outset of design, so that especially as we're looking at, we have a pretty good handle on what is needed to maintain these bump outs, but we're starting to look at some installations that are much larger scale. So we're doing a constructed wetland installation in one of our city parks, and it's several acres. It is going to require a whole different type of maintenance paradigm than we are looking at with our bump out situation, and so as we're looking at that project, there's another project that we're looking at of daylighting a section of stream that's currently piped into our combined sewer system. It's going to be another larger landscape scale project. So we're talking now about, we need a new staff position. We need someone who we need to be thinking about invasive plant management from the beginning, before we start the installation, and during and after. And who do we need to bring in who has that full skill set, and investing in that staff so that we're not trying to play catch up after a project's on the ground. The regular inspections, I can't say enough about. I think they're absolutely key to understanding how things work. Might not need to be once a month, but I would say 4 times a year is a really great idea. And just this investigation into, if something's not working, figuring out why. That's probably been one of our biggest challenges from the time that I started with the city. When I would go out and do these inspections and things would not be performing properly, it wasn't a simple maintenance task that would fix it. It was this much more intensive corrective action, and so there has been a lot more time spent both with our engineering staff, our consultants, and our maintenance staff, kind of working collaboratively to figure out what the issues are and how we can fix them. And typically it means fixing it in-house, because we found it, while there's lots of money to install new projects, there's not so much money to fix projects that have failed in 10 years. And so, so figuring out those low-cost solutions is really key. All right, and with that, I will open it up for questions. Yes?
I'm just curious, how long did it take from the time that you identified the problem and the solution to them doing the work and then seeing the end result?
Yeah, I would say that a lot of these issues that we were seeing, they'd probably been noted since the first year of the installation, but when I started in 2015 and was doing the regular inspections and seeing this as a problem month to month, so we were probably 2015, 2016, we were diagnosing the problem, and then it took us until 2017, 2018, for the fix. And it's definitely a process, and we have a long laundry list of other projects that we need to get to in the same fashion. And one of the big issues was that we installed so many demonstration projects so early in the program in 2012. We didn't have an O&M plan, we didn't have appropriate staffing, and we weren't doing any inspections. So there were like a good 3-4 years where we just didn't know what was happening with these systems. And so it was a lot of catch up by the time we got to the diagnosing part. Yeah. Other questions? Yeah.
If you were working with the state and county just based on some of the roadways, how did you navigate making those connections and getting those approvals?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. So especially the Plum and Walnut project, that was done in concert with PennDOT, and a lot of our funding actually came from PennDOT to do it. And but for many of our projects in the right of way, we have to go through the highway occupancy permit process, and to get all the appropriate approvals to be, doing these improvements. And it does honestly also become a factor in when we think about where we're going to design new projects. If it's kind of like a moderate level of impact that we're looking at for stormwater, but it's going to be such a complex project in all of the permitting that's required, it might kind of go a little bit lower on the list. But we've had a very good working relationship with PennDOT, and we have a lot of state routes in the city, and so it's become a pretty, we're pretty well versed in, with, how to make all of those connections. And our public right-of-way director, she's really is the one who handles a lot of those considerations. But yeah, it's an issue. Yes.
Did people get credit when they were working on the alley project when they signed onto it? Did they get credit?
So. Yeah, so they did not for that project because the city just kind of took it on and we do the maintenance of it as well. However, if a property owner installs a stormwater management project on their property, they are eligible for credit. And we have a number of different credits available, from like downspout disconnection to, if you're installing an infiltration practice, you can get up to a 50% reduction on your stormwater fee. So you can't get rid of it altogether, but you can reduce it significantly. And we are trying to promote this credit to more and more residents. I think because our stormwater fee is still relatively low, people just don't go through the process to apply for the credit. Yeah, we always really encourage people to, because it's a good opportunity, save some money. Yes?
Just want to make sure I have this name right. Maybe you could elaborate a little bit more. You mentioned the Chesapeake Bay Landscape Management Program.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yeah, the Chesapeake Bay Landscape Professional Program. And yeah, it is, it's under the Chesapeake Conservation Landscaping Council. And it's just a great regional certification program. And yeah, we have found it. When I was starting out in my job, I was looking for training programs because I had come from working for the Chesapeake Bay Foundation and was working in just kind of a very different arena, and I needed some training on inspections and maintenance and all of this, and nothing existed at that time, and so it's a relatively new program.
Yeah. How long is it?
Yeah. So there is, it's a tiered system. So the level 1 is kind of an overview of the whys of all of it and inspections and maintenance practices, and that is it's a 2-day training, and so the second day is all field experience, and so you just go out and see practices and do inspections in the field and all that good stuff. And then the level 2 is for design and implementation, and that is a 3-day training, a little bit more intensive. And then they also do other certifications, like we've hosted a riparian buffer certification training at the city, and myself and many of our staff went through that. Yeah, and they do some other trainings as well. So I recommend them. It's a good one. Yeah. Yes.
Did you get a lot of pushback or complaints? Maybe not when you started, but because there was such a long lag between when they were installed and like the problem child time. Like how did you justify to city residents that they were paying tax dollars and
Yeah. Absolutely. No, good question. And yes, we certainly did. And it wasn't always that they were in poor condition. There was also kind of like the aesthetic difference of, of it being a native plant installation that looks a little wilder to the eye than maybe residents are familiar with. But certainly, every August, we get a slew of complaints about weeds, and it's like, yes, agreed. There are weeds everywhere. And it was interesting. There was our local paper has they call it the Lancaster Watchdog, and it's kind of a complaint column. And so residents can write into the paper, and then the paper will investigate what the issue is. And we had a resident, actually not a city resident, she was right outside the city, but she complained about the state of the rain gardens. And so they did a little story on it, and the response was actually really tremendous, because we, for one, we had just been partnering with Franklin and Marshall, and their students had done some assessment on our rain gardens, and they found that the gardens that had more weeds were actually performing better in terms of stormwater management because there was more roots. So we talked about that a little bit. And also we're looking to launch a resident adoption program of rain gardens, and that came from, there was so much response from this story of people reaching out and saying, hey, how can I help? I'd really like to, pull weeds in the rain garden outside my house. How can I do that? So we've been training residents in how to do some of those basic maintenance tasks, and kind of meet people where they are with their skill level. Sometimes a resident just really wants to, if they go out and just pick trash out of the rain garden, that's amazing. I mean, that's a huge win for us. And convincing, we did have a volunteer who pulled all of the goldenrod out of one of our rain gardens. So a little education that, some of the things are good, but so it's a process. But that was like it was a really nice outcome for a complaint story. So yeah. Yes. Yeah.
What are you finding with your infiltration testing? How's it doing? And then when you have to do some maintenance?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. So if everyone heard, it was about the porous pavement surfaces and the maintenance of them. So we have been finding mixed results, I would say. So early in the program, we did a lot of porous asphalt alleys in particular, public alleys, some private alleys as well. But we did, a lot of them were installed in areas that have a lot of tree cover, and those that do, obviously the leaves drop, they break down into small particles and tend to clog those surfaces. And so we've been struggling with performance on those areas. Versus our basketball courts that we installed with porous asphalt are performing beautifully. Infiltration rates are as good as when it was installed. They are doing incredibly well, and they're actually receiving less maintenance so the maintenance that we do on them, we have a vacuum street sweeper that vacuums up the particles that are on the surfaces. It's actually too large to get it on the basketball courts, and so we've had this problem of not having a piece of equipment small enough to get into those spaces. We just bought a piece of equipment that we should be getting sometime. It's been on back order forever. But still, even with the lack of maintenance, those basketball courts have been doing incredibly well because they don't have the leaf matter falling on them. And so my feelings on the porous asphalt, especially for areas that have tree cover, that are in residential areas where people might have unimproved parking pads, I am of the opinion to just not use porous asphalt. We've kind of moved more towards doing subsurface infiltration and using inlets that filter the water as it comes in, and it can drain into the stone bed beneath the surface, and it's just a standard asphalt on at the surface. So then we don't have to worry about the clogging issue. And we've had a lot more success with that, and the price point is about the same. But we still have been using porous pavers quite a bit, using larger pavers in our parking stalls rather than some of the smaller brick-sized pavers, and they've been working really well. We've been happy with those. And the new piece of equipment we're investing in addition to the sweeper, is it's made by a company called Triveris. It's called a municipal cleaning vehicle, and it essentially is it's basically a power washer and vacuum on a John Deere chassis. And so it's a smaller piece of equipment. We can get it into more spaces, and for that restoration cleaning, we can use the power washing function, and it's set at a 30-degree angle so that when it hits the surface, it's pushing the material out rather than driving it deeper into the porous surface, which is a challenge when someone's just out with a power washer. Can really cause more problems than help. So, yeah.
So we have time for one more question,
All right.
And then I believe Kate is staying for
I
the
am,
panel
yes.
as well.
Happy
So
to,
if you
yeah.
definitely ask your question, write it down, save it for the end.
You had
Yes.
mentioned road salt as being one of the problems.
Mm-hmm.
Did you solve that mostly by species selection, plant selection? And I'm curious also corrosiveness to your concrete sediments.
Yeah, no, that's a really good question. We've been doing a lot of research. We're actually partnering with Penn State right now in some studies on road salts and the impact to the bioretention areas. And I would say that we have, to an extent, solved it through plant selection. The plants are definitely performing better, but the regular input of salts is also affecting our soils and the soil health. It can kind of gum up the soils, and they're just and so it's definitely an issue that that we're still working on. And so on our porous surfaces, we are using a product called beet heat that's made from beet juice rather than road salts, and so. And we have now been using the beet heat as a pre-treatment, but they've been finding it in combination with road salts that it can melt at some of the colder temperatures that can be an issue with snow removal. And so we'd like to reduce the amount of salt that we're using, but yeah, it is a challenge. And one of the things I would really like to change in the city, we have an ordinance that requires residents to remove snow from their sidewalk in front of their house within 6 hours of the snow event. That's really challenging if someone's at work and it starts raining at 10 a.m. and people have been cited for not, removing their. So of course, what people do is they pour a ton of salt on their sidewalk so that it doesn't freeze, and then we have a real salts issue. And so, so thinking policy-wise about how we address some of those problems so that we're not creating a bigger problem from, what is also a safety concern, with slippery sidewalks. But yeah, so I think there's a lot to learn. One of the interesting things from the Penn State study that they found is that the main input of salts in the rain gardens, we assumed that it would be happening in like the freeze-thaw cycle in the winter months. It really was in April that we would get this big slug of salt into the system, and that means that's when our plants are starting to grow. And so it really is having more of an impact than we even thought that it potentially was. Because of the delay, when those spring rains come, they're kind of scouring that salt that's on the asphalt and washing it more heavily into the gardens then. So. Yeah, so it's trouble in Pennsylvania when we're dealing with snow. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, and I love the fact that you all bring the maintenance team during the design process so that they're involved. That's great. Well, that was awesome. We're going to take a 10-minute restroom break. So again, they're right across the hallway from the gift shop. So we'll reconvene at 10:40 when we'll hear from Greg Tepper.
Hi, everybody. We're going to get started. It's great to see all this exchange going on. This is good. This is what we want for these back to in-person events. I just wanted to say hello. My name's Julie Snell. I'm a board member of ELA. I'm also a co-founder of Tend Landscape Architects and co-owner-operator of Redbud Native Plant Nursery. And I'm really happy to be here today to introduce my friend Greg. So Greg Tepper is the main horticulturist at the Laurels, which is Laurel Hill Cemetery in Bala Cynwyd, Pennsylvania. He works on the landscapes throughout Laurel Hill and West Laurel Hill, and especially on Nature's Sanctuary, which we're going to hear about today. Greg was also the past director of horticulture at Mount Cuba Center, and he was instrumental in helping to found the Delaware Botanic Gardens in South Delaware, and was on the board there for a while, right? Yes. Mm-hmm. And Greg is also an author, and he speaks widely. The great book that we use at the nursery all the time, Deer-Resistant Native Plants for the Northeast. So we have a very worn copy at the reference desk we use all the time. Anyway, without further ado, here's Greg Tepper. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Super. Well, today's subject about Nature Sanctuary is very near and dear to my heart, and you're going to learn why as we go through this. Isn't it wonderful when you can create a landscape that has so many wonderful ripple effects that you don't even know about until much later, very positive ones. You're going to learn about that today. And it's also this is very much a landscape that's about community. And you're going to learn that too. And it's community that's for everyone, because this space is a green burial space. It is, everyone meets this, we all pass, right? We all pass away. This is a final resting place for people. And it's also a really cool garden. So I'm so excited to get started here. I think it's important that we look at the terminology. That's going to be another thing we're going to talk about today in the panel discussion. So I had originally had it as a unique managed succession landscape, but I've decided let's change that. Let's call it a unique stewarded succession landscape, because terminology is everything. And as I explained to young people and people coming into the industry about what we do, you could say we manage landscapes, but, and as Leah had put also, it's about stewarding. And if you look at the definition of steward or stewarding, it's about caring and nurturing. And for those that love plants, and how many here like plants? Yeah, oh, great, okay, there are a couple of you, great. It's really about nurturing and stewarding and caring. And so that makes a lot of sense, of course, in a green burial area where we deal with people that have lost their loved ones. So it's a cool story. I'm so excited to tell you about it. So let's just take a look at some facts about Laurel Hill West. So we just rebranded too. That's the fun thing. We were originally, Laurel Hill was in the East Falls section of Philadelphia, and West Laurel Hill was in the Bala Cynwyd, which is across the Schuylkill River. Well, they rebranded, and now we call it just Laurel Hill. So when I say to people, oh, I work at Laurel Hill. Oh, you're in the East Falls section. Well, I'm in Bala Cynwyd, but there is it gets really confusing. So we're going to do our best. But we're Laurel Hill Cemetery and Laurel Hill Arboretum. We're combined 265 acres, and it's all an arboretum. It's really cool. So Laurel Hill West was founded in 1869. So we've been in business for quite a few years. And there's some really cool things to see. And we're also a non-denominational cemetery. So that means that even though there are sections dedicated to specific faiths, such as the Jewish sections, it's a cemetery open to everyone of every faith. And that's really important. And Nature Sanctuary is one of those places that, interestingly, almost every aspect of every type of faith has found it to be really important to them. Members of the Jewish faith that want the body to return to the earth, and so forth. So it's really, really nice to see. We're also a nonprofit, 501c13. That means we're a cemetery as opposed to a nonprofit company, C3. And then also, it's 187 acres, of which 1 acre of those 187 acres is Nature Sanctuary. Yep. And we're also a ArbNet certified arboretum, as I mentioned, level 2. So, and we offer all sorts of services, including we do pet burials. So you may not know this, but pets are not allowed to be buried with humans. It's sad. I don't know why. But that's how they do it. So what we do is we have a pet cemetery as well that is really cool. It's filled with all sorts of wonderful plants. It's the way that I describe them anymore is I say, oh, which garden would you like to be buried in? Oh, I want Fluffy to be buried in a really wonderful place. Well, then you need to come to see the Laurels. It's the pet cemetery garden. Oh, it's a great, terminology is everything, isn't it? Yep. So, and we're also listed on the National Register of Historic Places. Both locations in East Falls, which is Laurel Hill East, Laurel Hill West, are both on the National Register of Historic Places. So you might say, well, what got you interested in creating a green burial area? Well, it was public demand, really, first and foremost. So that's the number one thing. And also, we always have been forward-thinking in the cemetery. It was founded originally by a Quaker. His name was John J. Smith, And John Day Smith believed that horticulture was important, very, very much so. So the whole cemetery was founded, both locations, on horticulture. And it was known as a rural cemetery. So, and they have progressive thinking there, always progressive thinking. So green burial is just that. And I'm going to explain just a wee bit about it, and then we're going to get into the really exciting stuff about how Nature Sanctuary is curated and stewarded. All right? So the local population said, we're looking for a different option. We really are. I don't want Mom to be cremated. She's always been a gardener. She'd like to be buried in a garden. And so it made sense. Green burial and Nature Sanctuary works as an option for a lot of people. So much so that even though we had lots of space initially, we're filling up quickly. So if you are interested, please see one of our family reps right away. Yes. So, and as an accredited arboretum, it's important to have this kind of space. So that's what it's about. Care and stewardship is a big part of the funerary industry. It's taking care of people when they've lost their loved one. It's giving people a peace of mind. And that's important. And we also support sustainability. We've talked a great deal about that. And sustainability is really, again, stewardship. If you're going to have a practice, it should be sustainable. It should perpetuate and be worthy of perpetuating. It's so important. So here we are, good old Google Maps, love it. So there's Nature Sanctuary up there. And as we get a little closer, you'll see the west and east side. And here it is this is the original, I would say, what is it? I guess it's a satellite view, but it gives you an idea of its shape. And what's so interesting, too, is right here is the Kenwood Trail, which is a trail that connects so much of that area of Philadelphia with our cemetery, which is really cool. And what you don't see here is the incredible drop from the top of where we are down the hill. I mean, it's so steep that we even tried having goats on the hill. They couldn't even do it. We lost one. They found him dead one day because he tumbled down the hill. Yeah, I said we need to get some of those hardy Russian goats. That's what we need. Yes. Anyway, but this was what was so interesting. As they went through this, they started it in 2008, and it was really something. They said, "Oh, green burial area. We'll just take an area that we've got where there's grass, and we'll just let nature take over." Well, about a year later, people said, "I don't want to be buried in that weed patch." I don't blame them. Yeah. So they brought on Adam Suplee, and Adam came up with this awesome idea of leave a perpetual legacy, which is really smart. It is designed to be a managed succession landscape. So it'll start as a meadow, and boy, am I having fun with the plants right now, into a climax forest. So we have one tree that's already there, it's large, and we're giving people a preview of what it will look like in 100 years when that succession comes about, and they can see the plant material that will be in a wooded section in the future. So it's going from one type of plant palette now to another, okay? So here it is early on, and what they originally did was took the entire section, both sunny and shady, and put the same 28 different taxa in seeds all about. Well, it worked in the first 6 months. It looked amazing. The stuff that was very quick to germinate came up and so forth. But the dominant species quickly took hold. And that's things like Monarda fistulosa and Rudbeckia hirta. But the other thing is we have this other issue. It's called white-tailed deer. Yeah. So they didn't bother the Monarda fistulosa, but the Rudbeckia has really taken a hit. So what happened was dominant species just took a hold. There's no doubt about it. So in summer 2017, after this was 2 years after it was seeded in, the dominant species in there were Heliopsis, Helianthoides. That's nice, right? False sunflower. But it was also mugwort. stinging nettle. And you name it, it was there. So when family reps were coming in and they were bringing people by, and they'd say, "Oh, this is Nature Sanctuary, and this is it," and they had their speaking points, and people were looking and saying, I know Mom liked gardening, but I don't think this is going to work for her." So it was about curb appeal. Okay, that makes sense, right? So we needed this space to look really exciting. It really was important. And that's the way it looked this past summer. Okay, so what's interesting is curb appeal is just a benefit of creating an excellent plant palette that serves wildlife. That's the first and foremost, that in my mind. But the after benefit of it is people come up to it and say, "Oh, this is beautiful. This is what Mom wants." Beauty. That's important. It's all about perception, right? Perception is everything, for sure. So you'll notice this area here is what we call the active area. That's where burials are happening. So interestingly, when Leah mentioned about disturbance, constant disturbance and things like that, well, we have constant disturbance, but it's of a different kind. It's burials, yes. So take a look at some of the plants that are in there now. So many of you might say, Rudbeckia laciniata, it's a thug. It is, but it's a good thing because it's in the back portion of the bed and it's doing really well amongst the panicums, along with Silphium canatum. You might say, uh-oh, there's another thug, but thugs are good in the right situation, that's for sure. So this is another amazing thing. We were able to achieve CITES Gold status for this burial area. We are the only green burial area in the world that has this status. And people say, "Oh, that's so exciting." And it is. It's a wonderful honor. So this is how we did it. Best management practices. And this is another term I'd love to change. Instead of saying best management practices, why don't we say effective stewardship practices? Doesn't that make sense? So if we're sending the message to others, I know I'm, as they say, preaching to the choir here, but for those that don't understand what it is, I tell the families of people being buried here, we also adopt effective stewardship practices. Oh, wonderful. So for me, one of the best things as a horticulturist is seeing a thriving garden that's benefiting pollinators. And that's a benefit certainly to those that are buried there or visiting. But the people are really looking at what it is and its beauty, and they're also understanding why it is. Really important. So all plant material is native to the US. And it's not just locally native. I'm not doing a restoration, but what I'm also doing is creating a really diverse plant palette, and I'm having a lot of fun because I'm putting in things that not a lot of people know about, like Coreopsis gladiata, right? Things like, let's see, Helianthus maximiliani, I believe it is pronounced. So really unique plants, and I'm having a blast seeing how they're doing. No pesticides, fungicides, or herbicides are used or needed, and that's a big part of it too. We have thresholds. So if we have some insects that are coming in, yep, they're coming in, these things like the red aphids, but their population increases, so what else increases? Ladybugs. And if I've sprayed for those aphids, the ladybugs don't stand a chance, especially their larvae. So it's thinking about thresholds and what's acceptable. But when you have so many beautiful flowers in there, people aren't looking at the red aphids. We as botanists or as horticulturists or plant pathologists are looking at that, but not the general public. And it's safe. I and my staff can work in there and not worry about what's been sprayed. And why? Because nature already takes care of that issue at the same time. And all power equipment that we use in there, and we do use power equipment, it's all battery powered. And the number one benefit, naturally, not using fossil fuels, that's huge. But what I also realized, we're a cemetery. It's important to be quiet. Yes. it is really important. I'm making a joke, but people come in and they pay their respects. If we're working in a section with battery-powered equipment, such as the battery-powered mower, I can have someone who's visiting Nature Sanctuary, who's asking a question about a plant, approach me, and I can hear them even while I'm mowing. So that's a big one. Noise pollution is huge. So anyhow, these are the considerations for sure. So staff resources dedicated to its management. And let's change that term, management stewardship, right? And invasive weed control. Ugh. Have I learned some great lessons here? And I'll share those with you. The number one thing with all this is consistency of care. Metering it out and doing it at the right time of year to make sure it's going to be effective, okay? So, soil management. We don't talk enough about soil. Soil. It has a whole life cycle as well. Soil life is just as important as any other resource, right? Yeah, it is. It's a big part of what keeps the plants happy and healthy and resisting diseases. So, we also further the planned ecological succession that we are doing. This is not going to happen on its own. I have to make it happen, and I have to steward it and figure out what's going to come in next as far as shrubs, trees, herbaceous plant change. The palette changes from sunny to more shady, and it's got to be done very purposefully and thoughtfully. Stormwater mitigation, we have that too. We have impervious surfaces nearby. We also have surfaces that are semi-pervious. And we have to think about where does all that rainwater go when we get a storm? Where does it move or does it stay put? And if it does move, how do we take care of it? We learned so much in Kate's presentation. I know I did. I'm so ready to start mitigating stormwater when I get back to the cemetery. I can't tell you. Because we have a facilities guy who's a facilities guy, and he does all the stormwater retention things and all the, I said, okay, great. So I think we need to use more, no. Okay, a lot of questions and a lot of conversations have to happen about rain gardens there for sure. So deer herbivory, that's another thing we've got a lot of deer. I just so happen to have written a book on deer herbivory and deer-resistant plants, but there's always lessons learned, and you learn how can we better figure this out so that the deer that do come in aren't create as much of an impact as they could without our intervention. And public perception and visitor experience. This is kind of funny when you say visitor experience. It's a cemetery, so your visitors, how are they experiencing this? Well, the ghosts come back and they tell me all the time how happy they are. No, seriously, it is about the public. They use the cemetery, both cemeteries, as it's an urban forest. It's a space for dog walking. It's a space for jogging and biking and cycling. And also, the recent thing that's really now they found for the cemetery is using these powered skateboards. And I almost got knocked over the other day when I was raking. It's, I said, oh, okay. But the other great thing is it's about public perception and engagement. So one of our roles there is that we are stewards, but we're also ambassadors. We have to interact. I shouldn't say we have to. We delight in interacting with the public when they ask about this one area. I had a lady who came in right by. She was walking her dog. I got to know her dog's name before her, but it was fun. But it's a great way to start a conversation. And she said, oh, I love this garden you guys have put in. This is awesome. I said, thank you. I said, it's really been a joy to take care of. And the families are really happy. And she said, families? I said, yeah, this is a green burial area. Oh, people are buried here? And I explained it to her. And her eyes were opened. And her horizons were expanded. And by the end of the conversation, she was asking me, my great uncle is not doing well. Who could I contact here? Wow. So ambassadorship, yeah, it's really fun. All right, so staff dedicated to its management, stewardship. Yes, right? This is Aaron Greenberg, my coworker, and also a great friend. He's a really good guy. He loves trees. He's the Arboretum manager and a master arborist. And you know who this is. And in 2021, we started an internship position there. So Nature Sanctuary is also educating future stewards. And I'm so proud of this young woman. This is Nicole. So she was in environmental studies, and she was the very first intern that we had there. What a joyful experience to work with a young mind who's so willing to do better with the earth. And boy, did she take her work seriously. She did her research, and she got to plan her own garden area, which was really phenomenal. And it gets just better. This is our intern for this year, Brendan McNabb. And Brendan has a degree in horticulture from Temple. And he's a very quiet guy. You wouldn't engage him right away. You know, he's kind of quiet. But he is admittedly a plant nerd. Totally loves the garden, loves perennials, loves annuals, loves wildlife. And what was so rewarding to me was one day he comes back and he says, so I would say, so how'd it go today? What did you learn today? Always ask him that. And now I don't ask that question anymore because he tells me every darn day. He tells me, oh, Greg, today I saw this bumblebee I've never seen before. And it wasn't just on the Heliopsis, it was also on the... So those are the kind of conversations we have. It's very engaging. And also, really cool, he got to do this project, another section of burial area in Nature Sanctuary, and he wanted to do it with all species of plants that were low and didn't get very tall, which is great because so much of the previous parts of Nature Sanctuary have been with really tall, bodacious plants that are just, you know, over the top. He wanted to go with a leaner, a narrower plant palette, but all plants that wouldn't really get that tall, or if they did get some height, it was only with the inflorescence, the flower. The basal foliage would stay below. So that was really cool, and he is very proud of this, as he should be. He figured it out, and once he decided the plant palette, I'll give you a secret, when I plant in Nature Sanctuary, I take a look at what's the availability list is at so-and-so vendor, and I say, I'll take 5 of those, 8 of those, blah, 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 which, of course, I have done at this wonderful place called Redbud Native Plant Nursery. I have to do a plug. Love it there. Lisa and Julie do great work. Well, they also helped us supply us with plants for this. So did Sunset Farmstead, Daryl and Carrie. So really delighted that he could make his plant choices, and we visited all the different nurseries where he was going to be buying the plants, because that's a part of the experience, knowing the people, building the rapport, and building relationships. And this is also a lot of fun. We have a volunteer program called the Graveyard Green Thumbs. Yes, and so I just love this. She was so cool. She decided she was going to dye her hair to be the same color as the echinacea, she said. So I loved that. But we have volunteers, we have interns here, and it's now become a tradition that when I take pictures of the volunteers and the staff for these kind of presentations, it's a thumbs up kind of deal. This is really fun. Yep. So, and this was another great opportunity. I have to point out this young lady. This is our other general intern. This is Alicia Applegate. I told her this photo was in here, and I said, Alicia, you look like you're ready to take off. You know, like Superwoman, you know? So, but here's Brendan and Ben and Brendan Mashinsky, another one of our interns, and Joe, another full-time horticulturist. So what's really fun about this is these are all people that are going to be buried there in the future. And they're stewarding the space in which they're going to be buried someday. How cool is that? My gosh, I love it. So in the beginning, as I told you, we had a lot of dominating plants, very narrow plant palette. Plus, we had issues with erosion because these paths were permeable, but they were a stone dust. and they're on a slope. It just was not working, and I have to constantly be redoing the paths. So besides Heliopsis helianthoides, what do you think all this is? Mugwort, thank you. So I said, boy, oh boy, am I gonna, when I came on in March of 2019, by the time I reached May, I realized what I was dealing with here, and I was in charge of this area. And Aaron said, Greg, I've been trying to figure it out. I don't know what to do. I said, we can figure this out. We will. And we did, and you're going to hear about this. So, invasive weed control. And when I mean weed control, I realized that most of Nature's Sanctuary, I would say 80% of it were weeds. That's what was growing there when I got there. So, we had to take drastic action. It meant cutting down the plants. And it was funny because one of the family reps happened to be driving by. And she says, Greg, what are you doing? You're cutting down all of Nature's Sanctuary? I said, I am, but it's for a good cause. And she said, what's that? I said, to get rid of all the weeds. Weeds? Oh, I wondered about that. Yeah. So educating the family reps because they're selling this space. So love that steel. It works on a backpack battery, and I love this thing. This is my hedge trimmer, and that's what I did to trim down all the invasive plants. Trimmed them into small pieces, and they laid down as mulch. It was the summertime. They dried up, and it became a part. Their future was there at Nature's Sanctuary. Not in the way they wanted it to be, though, yes. But it was a lot of work clearing this space. So afterwards, we had to start our approach. We had taken it all down, and we used various means to deal with the plants, consistently cutting them down. It weakens them. And mugwort seems to never get weakened, does it? But the more you cut it down, the more you spray it with vinegar, and I'm going to go into that, the more you can weaken it and you replace with other plants. And that's what we're doing here. Those, ladies and gentlemen, are burial mounds. So when the people that were returning to see their loved ones, they were delighted to see plants being put there. It really meant a lot to them. So, and as time went by, let me go back to say, here's the mugwort before, after. Pretty amazing. And addition of leaf mulch. Leaf mulch acts not only as a soil amendment, helps to increase fungal properties of the soil, but it also mitigates the weeds that are coming up along with the horticultural vinegar. And I'll go into that. And then we're adding some of the best cool plants. And this was a lot of fun. Also, you know, that's a Gastiki funiculum, Anise hyssop. That's when it was purchased, just after it was purchased from a nursery. The next year, of course, it gets huge. So knowing your plant properties, knowing how they're going to grow and interact with each other is important, for sure. Yeah, really cool. So that's what we had, and that's what it turned into. Big difference. And thank you, Matt Benzie, of Indigenous Ingenuities. I got to work with him. He helped us out so much down in southern Delaware when we had the peat out off meadow. And it was the very first summer after it was installed, and we had everything down there. I think mostly crabgrass. And I remember Victoria just was covered with dirt and the biggest smile on her face. Like, look what we did today. We got all this out of there. It was like this biggest challenge. And I said, so what are you using besides your hand pulling? You're doing all these things, Matt. And he said, I use a vinegar sprayer and horticultural vinegar. It's a 20% solution. You can also get it in 30% solution. The orange oil acts as like a spreader sticker. It all smells really good, so when you're spraying it, people think you're making an orange vinaigrette salad dressing, which is really nice. Anything that goes to food is a good thing. But this is a great organic way. So as we would cut down the mugwort, only about 2 weeks, it would be sprouting up again. Hit it with a horticultural vinegar. Horticultural vinegar kills anything it hits. It's an acid. So you have to remember that, but used in combination with hand pulling, regularly cutting down, consistency of care over and over and over repeatedly makes a difference. And we use so much of it that we have these enormous vats of it now with these, basically just, we're able to pour it into the smaller containers here, mix it with the orange oil, and it's sprayed in the garden. So that, another part of this was, when it was originally designed, where did it end? You didn't know. There wasn't any place to know where did the burial areas end. They knew, the staff knew, they were pinned out and everything. But when the public came in, you didn't know. You had no idea. You couldn't experience this hillside back here. And let me tell you, it drops off fast. So it made sense that we had we created a end to the space, and also a interface between the hillside and the garden. And what was happening was all the stuff from the hillside, no matter how much weeding we did, how great a job we did, the Japanese hops and the porcelain berry just kept coming back, coming back. I needed to create a place where I could go and vinegar spray and not worry about what was going to be a nature sanctuary as much as the good plants. So what we did was we put a wonderful split rail fence along the back. This is the slope, by the way. Woo! So you can see why those goats had a problem. Yeah, they tried, but we had to abandon that. But it was something. So the fence went back along this area, and this is basically what we ended up with. Use vinegar to spray, and now this is all done with the hedge trimmer that I had, the battery-powered hedge trimmer. And these were originally rocks that were put in there to be a part of the experience. They were lost. When that fence wasn't there, no one ever saw those rocks. That's a place for people to sit, and this is just a place to be able to stand. And so this has now been made into basically a grass path, okay? So that's a big part of it. And this was only a year and a half, 2 years ago. We put in panicums and put in Silphium canatum and created this pathway that goes the whole back of Nature Sanctuary. Because as much as people like to be on the paths inside Nature Sanctuary, there's something about retreating to the back, to this one space where you can just sit or stand and be quiet. And a lot of people go there to just meditate, which is really nice, really important. So, soil management, fertility, structure, and soil biology. Leaf compost, we have it on site. We have a reclamation area, which is really important. We utilize it. I don't do a great deal of soil amending. I use it as a mulch along with the leaves. So I don't mix it in. We don't till. When it was originally prepared, the whole site, it was tilled in. They mixed it all in. A lot of disturbance. That's where all that mugwort came from very quickly. After those seeds came up, no more soil disturbance now. We keep it as it is. The other important thing I forgot to mention that this previous site was the dump for decades. That's where they put all the rocks that they took out of the graves. They dumped the rocks there. So when we auger, need I say more? But anyway, so this is an important part of what we have. And I love this product, and there's a gentleman in the room who might know a little bit about this too. Highly recommend this, and I'll tell you why. So we are in a highly manipulated soil landscape area of the whole cemetery is. We can't do burns. We're in a cemetery. So how do I get that aspect of the benefits of a burn? I use the biochar product every time I put in plants. We auger. After the augering's done, we drop in the biochar and another product, and I'll get to that in a moment. So this, I find, is a good replacement for the fact that we can't have the burns and that charred material. It's a nutrient return, but we don't do it for the nutrients. We do it for the beneficial soil microbes that this product helps to create a good area for, okay? Of course, lots and lots and lots of leaves, because the leaves are picked up throughout the property on all the surfaces, and they go back to our reclamation area where they are shredded. Some are shredded and some are left in piles, and this is what I mulch Nature Sanctuary with, which is really fun. So it's something, because in the wintertime, in the late winters when we put the leaf mulch down, as we do a planting in an active area, as soon as the active area is done, they have the person buried, the mound is there, the first thing we do is put leaf mulch on it. Because if we leave it as just a mound of soil, that's one thing. But if we put the leaf mulch down, it matches with the rest. And often when family members come back shortly after, they couldn't have been there maybe for the burial, they want a place to put their flowers. And when they see the mound and they see the leaves, it makes sense. It works with the rest of the area, for sure. Oh, and I love this stuff. This is, I have become an inoculator, big time. That is important. Soil microbes are important. And with all the practices that we're doing, those effective stewardship practices that we're doing, this is one that I highly believe in. We may already have a really good profile of soil microbes already, but in these disturbed soils, such as some most recent areas that are disturbed soils, I don't know. I wish, I would love to have, one of the things I realized hearing Leah speak was, I don't have the data, and I wish I did, and I need to figure out a way that I can have some student help us with this, so I got to get there. But I have observations, and every time that I have used this in the past, I always see really good results. So we need to get data, but this has been my go-to now, biochar and soil inoculants. And it's really, really important. So furthering the plant ecological accession, that means steward the tree layer, steward the shrub layer, and the herbaceous layer. I'm a big shrub and herbaceous guy. Aaron is the tree guy, so we work well together. It's actually fun to hear us interact about what we're going to put in. He'll be like, I've got this really cool new Muhlenbergia capillaris cultivar that I learned about. And he'll be like, oh, you think that's great? I've got a super great cultivar of Acer rubrum. Oh, man, they're going to love being in there. It's about the excitement and what we do. We love what we do. And you have to have a passion about it. And it comes across. So when people stop us, once again in the ambassador role, we'll tell them, oh, where your loved one was buried, we're putting in this wonderful cultivated variety of Gaillardia that just came out. And there's something very special about that. You wouldn't think there would be, but it's really neat. Anyway, so when we take a look at the tree layer, we have things like black gum, best for fall color. And recently, the Morris Arboretum shared with us cuttings from one of the trees that they have in their collection that colors up just a little bit earlier and is incredibly, incredibly brilliant red and orange at the same time. And then we also, of course, are putting in long-term trees, such as the American beech. Good old-fashioned understory like the red bud. And I happen to really love the cultivar that we use a lot of is Appalachian red because of its saturated colors. And then, of course, the white oak as well. So if you add to and expand the shrub layer, that's another thing we're doing. This is one that the deer don't eat because it's in the olive family. So that's a big one. American fringe tree, it's dioecious. So when the female shrub blooms, the fragrance is incredible. And people that are coming by, they smell something and they think, gosh, what is that? Another great way to engage the public. Otherwise, they wouldn't stop. But if they smell something and they ask you, what is it I'm smelling? It's another opportunity to tell them about what this place is. So, good old winterberry. The deer, of course, eat the living daylights out of the leaves, unfortunately. But they also buck rub it. So we do caging. We also use some really good products for deer herbivory, and I'm going to go through that. And good old Calycanthus floridus, the Carolina allspice. This not only has wonderful stems that smell so good, but it also has flowers that smell really good, and we utilize this a great deal. Same with good old-fashioned Lindera benzoin, the spice bush. The berries are actually, they can be used in pickling. And it is amazing. And how cool. I had this couple the other day walk in. She was looking at the flowers, and her husband wasn't the least bit engaged. He was on his phone. And she's talking with me, and I mentioned about these berries used for pickling. And all of a sudden, do you have something I can use for pickling? I do. It's called spice bush. Really? I'm like a real pickle guy. I'm into pickles. I like pickling things. It was an interesting conversation, but it's great way to get people involved. And I really, really enjoy it. And it smells good. The deer don't eat it, and it's a great native shrub. So, the herbaceous layer, the taxa. Oh, have I had so much fun with this. I'm trying everything in there, and I'm having a blast. I really am. So we added additional perennial species to what was there. We've also added annuals. There's some great annuals. They may not all be native to the Northeast, but oh my gosh, Coreopsis leavenworthii and Helenium amarum. Ferns, that's another thing. We're going to be expanding into a woodland, so let's add ferns, for sure. Sedges. Ah, yes. There should be a complete symposium about sedges. Well, maybe not a symposium, okay, but definitely a lecture, right? Because there's some great sedges, that's for sure. And add grasses. Speaking of sedges, one of my favorites is actually up at the table there that Redbud brought, Carex woodii. Excellent, excellent woodland sedge. Highly recommend it, and it's semi-evergreen. Anyway, I digress. So, a broad plant palette creates biodiversity. And to see the cool insects that we have come in, and the birds, I got to contact someone at Penn and have students come down and do some studies, because it's a great place to observe and understand. So I love blanket flower. You might say, oh no, not clay. It actually seems to do really well in clay. I'm really surprised. It may not the day I plant it, but it seeds in. And what a great plant. It's in the aster family, and the deer don't eat it. Thank goodness. Good old Carex platyphylla, the broadleaf sedge. Really cool understory. Even out in the meadow, underneath the other plants, it does great. The deer don't eat it. Love it. Very cool plant. I mean, what's to say about this? It hasn't already been said. What a great plant. Amazing. And this is one of those times when I love this, because I remember a family group came through, and the adults were all talking, and the kids they knew they were there because someone had passed, but they were just kind of, and they started touching the grass. And they were having a blast with it. I'd never thought about that. Really, really fun. So, love these two also. There's the annual I was talking about, Helenium amarum. There is a cultivar called Dakota Gold that's a dwarf form, all from seed. Great plant, seeds in beautifully. Angora Passionate Blush. So this I had gotten from Londonderry Greenhouses. He does a lot of our annual growing. And although I had started to use it in annual containers, it actually does so much better in Nature Sanctuary, because it provides late season color of a color that you just don't typically see, and the public really reacts very positively to it. Stormwater mitigation. So this whole area up here, let's call it upstream, yeah, we have permeable surfaces and impermeable. So it all comes down and empties into a spillway, and it's been designed to be able to capture 5,700 cubic feet in a 24-hour period. So that's a good capture. And this, you can't see it, but the rain garden is right here. So that's the spillway. I was talking to a couple of people about the spillway. And what is it catching? Sediment. All the way down to here. It goes this far. When it was originally installed, nobody told the company, or nobody was aware, that it was going to have to be maintained. So when I got there, unfortunately, this was all covered up with soil. There were some stones up here, and this was all covered. This is actually, the stones come out this way. So it's really changed. And I was just talking with Lindsay at Kind Earth Growers about maybe what I'm going to do is, instead of doing like a physical property to stop momentum, I'm going to try the Scirpus, because I have a feeling the Scirpus ought to do well in there. And if I plant it, my facilities guy is going to have a cow. But I don't, that's okay. I'll tell him it slows the momentum, you know? That's important. So the other thing we did was we started adding the leaf mulch here. We originally had honeybees. And it was really funny because when they brought the honeybees in, they marketed it as, see, we're serving pollinators. Well, yes and no. It wasn't quite the message that we wanted to send about native pollinators. Honeybees are great, and we get a lot of interest. So we moved those further down in a different area of the property with its own interpretive signage, so people understood why we have them. So that was important. And so this is, in the fall, we were adding more shrubs, but there wasn't enough herbaceous. So we decided to take that into consideration now. And this area has had all sorts of sedges and herbaceous plants added. So, all right. Anyway, so this was just a couple days ago. We also, Kate, take a look there. See what's that's already been eliminated, actually. Yes. And so. Kate's presentation was really helpful for me because I knew a lot of things that we had to change there, but having the data and having showing other examples of its success is going to be important to shift the approach of how we do it there too. So, but my plant that I absolutely love is North Creek's Purple Flame Iris. Boy, oh boy, did that do well. That has just been the best rain garden plant because what is it doing? It's slowing down the momentum of the stormwater, but it's capturing sediment and dealing with it really well. Because I can't clean out the sediment all the time, but that iris, being the type of iris that it is, deals with the addition of the sediment and survives beautifully. So important. Deer herbivory, my favorite subject. Yeah. So these are the products I've found to be most effective, and I've used them. One product, Deer Stopper, I've used for, it's hard to believe, 20 years now. How's that possible? I started using it when I was 10. That's amazing. So, yeah. But anyway, Deer Scram Professional is great. It's a granular, and it's a mix of blood meal, garlic, red pepper, and cloves. Anything that smells of sulfur, the deer hate. They don't have good eyesight. Their hearing is pretty good. But it's their olfactory that's number one. And it's all about creating a repellent that the deer are going to respond to the smell of. And this one works really well. Also, Plant Skid, which is a Swedish product. The thing I like about this is it doesn't just take care of the deer, but I have these other cute things that also inhabit nature's sanctuary that eat stuff, including, I'm not even going to say that word. They're terrible. Yeah, anyway, this is very helpful, really, really is. And it comes in a multitude of either pre-mixed or you can granular and as well as concentrates. And this is, again, it's dried blood and vegetable oil. Vegetable oil is just an inert ingredient. It's really dried blood, and that comes from the pork and beef industry. Repels all, and it does. It repels everything. And I'm happy because deer are taken care of, chipmunks, things like that, just to keep from eating the plants. And should I ever get a rogue armadillo, I know it's good. This is another product that I have found to work really well for people with civic associations where they have a pond and Canada geese come in. This is helpful for repelling Canada geese. It doesn't stop them from coming in, but they won't nest in that area if this product is around. So it's whole egg solids and garlic and cloves. And then Deer Stopper, my favorite product. I love this. It smells really nice when we're putting it down. It's because it's emulsified eggs, rosemary oil, and mint oil. The only problem is after you've had that jar for about 3 months, you open it up and it smells like rotten eggs. And the deer don't like it. But the rosemary oil and mint oil, when I first spray it, it does smell really good. No doubt about it. So after it sets, and the emulsified eggs help it stick onto the foliage, you spray it as a concentrate. We can smell the mint and rosemary the first day. After that, you cannot smell it. The eggs help it stick onto the plant. And after that, it's good for up to 30 days, even with rain, which is important. And the deer will smell it. They hate anything in the mint family. So if you want a quick tip about how to keep deer from eating a lot of your plants, use plants in the mint family, whether native or not native, okay? So that's important. And I've also found that leaving the plants on some certain cases really help. In the wintertime, the deer are going to eat things they don't normally eat at any other time of year, such as penstemon. The basal foliage is tender and soft. If I leave the bloom stalks up and actually leaves in place, the deer don't eat the basal foliage. However, I remove all that, and it's a perfect opportunity. It's along the ground, and they call out to all the other deer to say, guess what? The buffet's at Nature Sanctuary. Yeah. So, and also leaving the plant material, we know it benefits the seed heads, benefits the birds, such as the wonderful goldfinch. But also, it really does act as it keeps the deer from munching the basal foliage in the winter. So, and here's Nicole spraying it. We just have these little tiny sprayers because nobody wants to put a backpack of that stuff on their back and go around spraying. We do it, but only in large amounts. So this makes it easy. These just pump up so easy. You spray it, and when you're done, you just rinse it with water and set it aside. And it made out really well. So I said, I got to get this picture of you, Nicole, spraying deer stopper. And she said, she was so cute. She said, does my hair look okay? I said, oh, you always look okay. You're wonderful. She was just a delight. She was a delight. She came in and she right away said, I'm new to this. I'm learning. And I said, that's right. And that's why you're here. And it's okay. Ask questions. That's what it's about. And she learned so much, and her takeaway from it all was the engagement with the public. She loved the plants, she loved the wildlife, but she really enjoyed when families came and said to her, oh my gosh, you care for this area? Yes, I do. You have no idea how much that means to our family to know someone's caring for this area where they're buried. Wow, big takeaway, big time. So perception's everything, right? And when you drive down and you're a potential client, yes, and the family rep brings you down and this is the first thing you see, yeah, yes, I like this. This is very pretty. And then the more you engage, the more you learn about why it's there and what it's doing for the environment, it sounds like a really good thing, and it is. I'm very proud of this. Look at that palette. Oh, so much fun. I've had so much fun with choosing plants and seeing the interactions. Salvia azurea. If you guys don't do Salvia azurea, you got to try it. It's one of the few salvias, native salvias, blooms late, and it does really well in clay soil. It's amazing. Salvia azurea. Love it. And good old New England aster. And I even have thrown in for fun, Hibiscus coccineus. The deer love these. It's like saying, oh, thank you. That's the native version of hosta. Thank you so much. But what I do to keep them from enjoying that is I put it in amongst the Pycnathemum muticum, and they just don't even come up to it. And how fun to have a little pop of color in the late season. This is in late September. Just so pretty. There's a traditional cemetery, okay? So you can see why when people come by and they say, oh, look at this beautiful garden, there's interpretive signage, and they learn it's a burial area. Wow. We're shifting the paradigm in the whole industry about future burial options, and it's very exciting. So I also love Solidago fireworks. It is a spectacular plant, and it's a clump former, unlike the, which is great. So take a look here. Let's experience it. When people come in, and this is what the first they see, and they look around, and they see the colors, they see the birds, and they see the wind moving through the plants. They realize this is a place for people that have died, but it is absolutely a place for the living. No doubt about it. And this area here is the active area. That's where the burials are happening. But you wouldn't know it, would you? And when you walk through, you have to understand the experience of walking through is important as well. As you go through there, and the plant material brushes up against you, you're walking through a meadow on a pathway, of course, but you're interacting with the plants. And they're brushing up against you. You can smell them, you can touch them. And once again, it's an experience for the living. And this is a place of those that have died. So pretty cool. Big time. And cues to care. We've heard that. It's important that people see this is a stewarded, well cared for space. Beauty, colors, interpretive signage. And here's the active burial area. So we got to touch on that quickly. That's what it looks like when it's all happening. They, out of the operations guys, out of a request from me, said, can we stop putting the platform on top of my nice plants? And they created a platform that's suspended so things don't have to get cut down or smushed, because that platform only stays there for 2 to 3 days. Green burials happen very quick because people aren't embalmed. So they go in, they're either wrapped in a shroud, or they are also in a biodegradable casket, such as a pine or wicker. And that's what it is, 4 feet down. And the people are placed there, and often it's tradition that the families will like to sprinkle some soil in, but people also love to be able to put flowers in. And I wasn't there, but I had heard that one day they realized they didn't have any of the flowers they were going to bring. So someone texted me and said, is it okay if they pick some of the flowers? I said, you bet, go ahead, whatever flowers you want to use. If it makes your experience here better, do it. And they did. So it's really cool. Yep. So this just gives you an idea. And this, I went too far, but there it is. You can see the Cedrus atlantica in the back there. And here it is the next day. It's as if it happened, but they're already one with the earth. That's important. So, and we're expanding. It's so high demand, which is great. So this is the current, and this is the currently expanded. And this has been a great experience because Brendan McNabb has been able to work with me. We're using cultivars of panicums we got from Sunset Farmstead. Putnam Hill Nursery, Melanie Ruckel, wonderful propagator. She propagated the Helenium amarum, which you're seeing up here. This whole area is remaining low. And this is the west side, which is Bootalua. This is very early on. We've planted close to 2,000 additional plants since I took this picture. And this just gives you an idea of what it looks like. The white flags show where the future burials will be. So you might say, Greg, all this hard work and all this design and all this planting, it's going to get disturbed. Well, yes, that's a part of the green burial process. But it's okay, because if this stays for the next 2 years and people see it and they delight in it, mission accomplished. This was also great. These were, again, a volunteer program where people that were had bought space there, and families of those that had passed were able to help do a planting with us. And we had so much fun. And we had people talking about their loved ones that had passed, and you would have thought it would have been a little sad and all that. It wasn't. It was joyful. It really was. And involving the interns, and this young woman, this is our marketing director. She's the woman who markets Nature Sanctuary, Joni. And she got to shout at me one day, and I said, oh, I know where we're going. And she saw what it takes to make this happen, and she totally embraced it. In fact, so much so that she even got the auger, and she was augering. It was great, yes. So really a very special day. So involving The staff, here's Alicia Applegate again, helping. Brendan, augering, creating. Brendan Mashinsky, oh, I know that, biochar, yeah. And of course, Brendan McNabb and Alicia Applegate. Once again, these are dedicated young people, and they're learning, and I am just so happy to see the great results coming from that, for sure. Ben Mickle, and once again, Brendan, a lot of work and well worth it. Another great guy, Eric Rodriguez, another one of our part-time people. So here we are receiving the plants from Putnam Hill Nursery, and it was a happy day. We were happy because the plants looked so great. Then we all started to think about, we've got to plant all these things. Oh my gosh, yes. Anyway, so Nature Sanctuary is an effectively stewarded habitat, stewarded for native insects, mammals, and the soil microbes. It's a place, a very important place, to engage the public and provide an excellent landscape, beneficial to ecology. And it's also a place for those that have passed, yet it's purposeful and sustainable, and best of all, it's a place where those who come to mourn their loved ones may, through nature's beauty, find comfort and peace. Does it get any better? I don't think so. I feel really good about it. So, thank you so much. And I think I could take a question or two, and we're going to leave the remaining questions, I think, to the panel discussion. So, yeah. Do you have irrigation, or you do water? Great question. Do we have irrigation? We don't. We do have a water tank that is gas-powered that stays outside Nature Sanctuary. We will water things in initially, and that's it. We have to select plants that are going to get established. But adding the organic material to the soil, I've lost nothing. I've been very fortunate. Yeah. So even with the terrible summer. Yeah. Is there another? Anything? Oh, okay. Yes. Oh, okay, great. So these are battery-powered augered. I'd have to find out exactly the name brand for you. I can certainly do that. At some point, I'll share my business card with you, and you can email, and I'll send you all that information. You bet. Because the battery-powered augers they're a godsend. We wouldn't be able to do the planting if we did it in a traditional way. So, yeah, so any additional questions, I'll be glad to answer in the panel discussion. Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you, Greg. That was wonderful. Yeah, we're going to have another quick break, and then we'll come back for our next round of speakers before lunch, okay? So we'll see you in 10 minutes? Yeah, about 10 minutes max, all right?
Hello, everyone. We are going to get started with our next presentation. And I know y'all are so excited to hear from our next speakers. We have Matt Benzie from Indigenous Ingenuities and Rashid Paulson from Brooklyn Bridge Park. This is a unique approach. We have a little speaker smash up going on here, right? We're all familiar with pop songs, et cetera. But the idea was these two gentlemen have very different, even though they manage landscapes and they're big fans of ELA, and but they're, one's working in a very public space, and then other working on, private residences, private properties, et cetera. But seeing the interaction and what things they might do similarly and different, we thought would be very interesting for y'all. So, Matthew Benzie, he's the owner of Indigenous Ingenuities and an ISA certified arborist. After acquiring a degree in landscape architecture in 2006, Matthew set out to work in a variety of construction industries across the eastern seaboard with the aim to learn about horticulture, construction, and environmental awareness until landing back in Doylestown, PA to start his company in 2013. And I just had this quick conversation with Matt. I said, hey, remember that ELA conference we were at in 2018? And he was just saying, look, I really want to support ELA. I love ELA. How can I share with my customers that I'm an ELA member? And our ED at the time made it happen. So he's got the ELA logo on his trucks so that everybody can see, Matt's walking the walk here. He's a part of the Ecological Landscape Alliance, and they do the work that supports functional, healthy ecological landscapes. So anyway. But we also have Rashid Paulson, who's here from New York. He's the director of horticulture at Brooklyn Bridge Park Corporation. His career in horticulture began as a Million Trees Training Program alumni in NYC, where he studied and practiced arboriculture, urban landscape design, and ecological restoration. Spent some time as a seasonal gardener for the Friends of the High Line, where he learned new approaches for how modern parks and gardens can function in the urban landscape. From there, his work at BBP, Brooklyn Bridge Park, started back in 2012 as a seasonal gardener, and he elevated through the positions of full-time gardener, supervisor, was able to experience the various roles and responsibilities that he would see necessary to care for the park's variety of green spaces and ecosystems. In these positions, he was an active green roof gardener as well as managed the park's wetlands. Currently, role as director focuses on the management, training, and development of the horticulture staff and spreading the lore of the park's horticulture through tours, presentations, and community engagement. Still, he guides and participates in work such as the extensive winter pruning phase annually, allowing him to maintain a connection with his staff, community, and the landscape that he's been connected to for almost a decade now. So if you all would please help me welcome Matt Benzie and Rashid Paulson.
Thanks, Mark. All right, I'm Matt Benzie, the owner of Indigenous Ingenuities, and I'm here to talk to you about highly skilled landscape maintenance and the new direction that we believe it needs to go. To kind of intro what my goal to talk about here is, basically how my perspective from being a business owner and a private enterprise where our goal is to make profit, I think differs a little bit from a lot of the other speakers today. But to start out with, supporting the fact that, I got into this because I love the landscape. I'm a certified arborist. I love climbing trees, digging with a shovel, and then one day I found myself as a business owner. So how do we balance doing what we believe is the right thing, but also making money while doing it? So a little bit about Indigenous Ingenuities. What's in a name? So it's a little bit of a crazy name, right? When I landed on it, I just knew that it was the right name. To sum it up in a simpler term, is it's creative solutions using native plants, local resources, things like that. And so the name just kind of made sense. Ultimately, to kind of catch on the whole point of this whole conference is that we really are a landscape architecture company. And what I mean by that is we're here to talk about maintenance, but that at the core, we are a design company. We're doing design, and maintenance is part of that. Maintenance is design. So includes ecological landscape design, build, and in quote, the word maintenance, as we're here to talk about, we need to find new terminology. So we promote ecological services in all of our work. So everything we're doing, it's always about stormwater management, native plants, not using chemicals, things like that. As Mark mentioned, since the inception of the company in 2013, we have never used a single herbicide. We have been able to successfully operate our company using only either mechanical removal or horticultural vinegar. And we also rely very heavily on battery-powered equipment. There's obviously times where you just have to use a gas-powered chainsaw, a gas-powered blower, but we try to use it as much as we can. Sorry. I went through those, but forgot to show the picture. So there we go, doing landscape architecture. So ecological restoration, things like that. So here we are at the Great Swamp, cleaning out putting in logs to stop erosion of the creek. Here's just the team putting in a project that we designed, build, and maintain. So it's just a great shot. Everyone taking lunch, showing what goes into the whole process. Here's me with my daughter helping me weed, and what I love about that picture is it supports the point that we're not using any sort of chemicals. Everything we do, whether it's the employees that work for us or your kids, your dog, we feel confident that there's little chance that there's any harm coming to anybody. And then the battery equipment. There we are at Rowan University doing the weed whacking, which, like has been kind of previously mentioned by Greg, is, we're on a college campus. There's class in session, and here we're using quiet equipment. So just to add to the importance of those elements. All right, so on to the big question: are we really doing landscape maintenance? The answer that I think we're all looking for is we need a new definition. We use it, especially as a private business who's trying to appeal to paying customers who aren't as educated as likely everyone in this room, is we need to use key words that they get, but how do we shift that and get everybody to understand that there's a difference between what we're doing as maintenance, by we, my company, versus essentially the competition, similar landscape design, build, maintenance companies, but what they're doing might be just a little bit different. So the real supporting story here is our crews, and that's what I'm gonna really kind of point out, is that they tell the story. It's the people, it's the design, it's the maintenance, but it's the people that we hire that make it possible. So we had a bit of technical difficulty here because I had to do this on an Apple, of course, and be different. But these are supposed to be videos. I'm going to try and play them, but the sound wasn't working. So if the sound doesn't work, I'm just going to kind of have to describe it to you. Yeah, and it seems like the sound's not working. So anyhow, I'll let that roll. But that's Mary. She's actually here today supporting this. But she's our maintenance manager. And everyone, the maintenance manager, Joe and Sophie, both our maintenance crew leaders. And I'm just going to kind of read their quotes there. Yep. Uh-oh. Not good. Technical difficulties. Play. We're back. All right. Sorry about that. So habitat, plant community, my form of environmentalism. Those are quotes pulled from what Mary says in the video. Joe, native plant management, provide habitat, passionate about plants and the environment. Sophie, a scientist by trade, biologist, kind of change careers. All three of these people, what they share is they change careers. And I think we're finding a lot of that. They all were doing something else and just were like, you know what, we're really passionate about this. Mary came to us 2 years ago, and Joe and Sophie came this year. And the biggest thing is it's not their experience that they bring, it's their passion. And that's what we're finding is most helpful with these people. Oh, I have to slide through, of course. I'm just going to skip. Hopefully, I think it's just the videos being weird. So, all right, so we're on to the next one. So based on everything that they just said, the key words that they really use are nurture, regenerate, create habitat, foster community, caretake, and sustain. And then what does that all equal? We haven't figured out a word ourselves to sum this up, but ecological land care is just kind of what I'm going to throw out here. I know that's the panel that we're going to talk about. In our office, maybe on a weekly basis, we discuss what do we call this. We've been talking about for 2 years that the terms we're using, landscape maintenance, just isn't an appropriate way to describe our team, but it's what we use. So we're just kind of throwing out ecological land care for today. So what's created the shift? Garden design is changing. And so this is the Delaware Botanic Garden, as Greg Tepper mentioned. That's where I met Greg years ago, and we went down there, and here's Vic in this image, who's also here today, ironically. We're down there weeding this garden, and the reason this is relevant is that the design was fine, but something happened where it got overtaken by weeds, a lot of crabgrass in particular, and the challenge that Greg had and the Delaware Botanic Garden had was finding a company able to do it. Pete Rudolph designed it. Everybody knows he uses lots of different plants, and you couldn't see a thing in there. It was just this high in crabgrass. So you needed a company that could come in, hand weed an entire, 2 acres, Greg, right? Yeah, 2 acre meadow by hand and uncover it. And the reason this is relevant is that we had to drive about 4 hours to do this because they couldn't find a company closer than that to handle it. So it points to the fact that we need more companies able to handle these kinds of dynamic landscapes. They're becoming more diverse. So landscape architects, designers are designing these gardens. This is an elementary school bioswale area that we maintain. And it's so much more diverse, and the same issue, their groundskeepers couldn't keep up with it, and eventually they had to call us, again, about an hour-and-a-half drive from my company. They tried doing it their way. It ended up costing them more money in the long run to have us come in 2 years after the fact, whereas if it was part of the program from the beginning, we would have saved them money and it would have been done right. Customers are not just receptive, they're demanding we do things a different way. So it's customers, it's people starting to be, in the private sector especially, becoming more aware of this. So they are, not all of our customers are. Some of our customers just call us and we just kind of sneak in the fact that we do ecological work, but others are calling and actually looking for it. So it's a growing demand for sure. So here's a customer in the middle of Doylestown, a project that we designed, installed, and maintain currently. Just showing, this was all just turf grass when they called us. So showing how it's going to evolve, and people moving through the town can really appreciate it and enjoy it. There's my dog Shadow walking down the sidewalk, enjoying the garden, but same thing. And then the challenges to success, I think, and this is something that I'm going to talk about further here, is the business model of it. It's not easy having a business model like this. The more conventional business model is arguably more automated. Every single day, Mary, my maintenance manager, will say, every single project's different. Every time the crew shows up to a different property, what they do is different. It's not like a stamp where we just do the same task over and over again. So as a business, that's really, really hard to manage. All right, so there we go. Kind of what I was just saying, but what is the difference between conventional maintenance and ecological landscape? So on the left and right, same house, conventional boxwoods, keeping you in this walkway, forcing you to walk to the door. And then we came in and redesigned it, put in a new, wider walkway, gave you freedom, and you can just, the picture speaks for itself. So conventional landscapes are what I'm calling static landscapes. What we're used to is this more static, we're controlling it, we're trying, it wants to grow, but we're saying, no, we're going to show up every day, we're going to trim you, we're going to trim you, we're going to trim you, and keep you in control. So going back to the business model, easier to maintain, and what I mean by that is, again, what I was saying, where it's from a business model standpoint, not necessarily easier labor-wise, but easier technically. The biggest argument that people usually make, and I don't necessarily agree with this myself, but is that, well, it's pretty. It's just, I want it to be pretty. Well, okay, but what else does it offer? And there's not often much else. So what we're trying to establish is landscapes that are pretty, but also offer a whole lot else. And so I'll just go. So these are all projects of ours that are all befores. And then we're going to go on to the next one. So again, just lots of kind of plants that are meant to be shaped, lots of mulch, so it's lots of maintenance, just doing the same thing over and over. So here we go on to the dynamic landscape, right? So this is kind of, we're calling this the static and the dynamic landscape. This landscape, it moves. The plants offer more than just something to look at. So this is kind of heading into fall, or really is fall there, but there's so much more to it. The year round they look different. There's always different things flowering. We're leaving things up throughout the winter. The seed heads. So there's habitat, things like that. So those are the ecological services that they offer. more difficult to maintain. So again, what I mean by that is it goes back to the point of the people that we employ. You know, they need to be designed right, they need to be installed right, but they need to be maintained right. And as we all know, if you just have somebody who's not educated, it takes one day for the wrong person to rip everything out. So that's really scary. You know, you have clients paying a lot of money for these gardens, and the risk you run as a private business if you hire the wrong person or they're not educated. So it requires a higher degree of knowledge. I'm going to flip through these pictures. So hopefully you can remember back this image here. This is the front yard of that same house. Again, so hopefully you guys can jog your memories a little bit because they're not side by side, but the pictures from the dynamic. Oh, I'm sorry, we can go back. So, just to kind of, I'm going to go through those again. So these are all those pictures, befores. And then here we go after. So there you have it. It's just so much more dynamic. These are all projects that we designed, we installed, and we continually maintain, and it was always part of the program. We said to the client, we're going to install this, and we are going to stay with you. We are going to maintain a long-term relationship, and really see this through. I think that the success has been shown through that. All right, so real quick, just want to go through like a project again. Design. How do we do it? Basically, what I just said is, we really view this as a holistic system. None without the other. Design, build, maintain / land care. We view this as they are all design. To me, the word goes back to design. We are designing from the start, but we are designing with maintenance. 5 years from now, if a void or a pocket comes up because some plants died off, deer nibbled them, the maintenance team knows how to select the right plants and put them back in to make sure that garden sustains. This is the design. Here's our team installing it. This is a high school courtyard. There they are installing it. And even in the build part, we consider it design because we might see things differently on the ground. We're going to make changes as we're installing it. And then there's the maintenance crew in the background, and this is 3 years later with everything growing in. And then there it is in the fall going into winter. All right, so examples of our specialized services. What I mentioned earlier about the Delaware Botanic Gardens, these all relate to that. So it points back to situations where they were designed by other companies, put in, and either the university said we have our own grounds crew. A number of issues could happen. But the point is there wasn't an appropriate maintenance program in place to keep them. And again, in a lot of these, and some of them over $100,000 in maintenance fees to get in there and save what could have been so much less expensive, but it ended up costing that much because they were trying to save money in the beginning, saying we don't need to maintain that. So that's trying to get it worked out. So this is Rowan University Stream Corridor. Again, all native plants. Their grounds crew just had no idea how to handle it. So again, Delaware Botanic Garden. There's a picture of it looking. I think we're not quite. Yeah, I think we're about done maintaining it. So there it is. Like when we first looked at that, I don't have a before picture, but it was just covered. Like it just looked like one monoculture. So it was really satisfying to pull the weeds back and display something so gorgeous. Private residence, 15 acres of woods in Princeton, really cool. The client didn't want any chemicals, so they didn't want any heavy equipment to compact the forest floor. Soil biology was really important, so everything was on foot, battery-powered equipment, quiet. It was really neat to have somebody, again, quite frankly, have the finances to support it that way. but it's really neat to be able to do that. Same thing, elementary school, and then Fairleigh Dickinson University. Really Phragmite, just taken over. Really cool success story. We were brought in because we were the only company they could find that was like, we can do that without chemicals. And they're like, what? You can't take out Phragmite without chemicals. Same thing that Greg was saying, just year after, and we're there. This is going on our 4th year now. Cut it back, show up, cut it back, spray it with vinegar, cut it back. And then we've played with the elevation of the water as well. It is amazing how it's like barely there anymore. It's present, but it has receded in a huge way, where we were going there once a month all year long. This year we went there twice for the whole year, and it's far less than it ever was. So the point of the story is that you can have success without using harsh chemicals. So what is the answer? So it's the people. So this is my current team at Indigenous Ingenuities that does our landscape maintenance, AKA ecological land care, or whatever term we're going to decide they're called. The point is that they're skilled labor, they are passionate, it is continuing education, and they need to get paid more. They are all so passionate, they've left jobs, they're here because they want to be here, but I need to figure out a way to pay them more. And I think that goes with the fact of we need to change the name. If they just are called landscape maintenance, they're associated with essentially a pay rate that is lower. So we're designing better, we're installing better, and we have the idea of maintaining better, but we cannot do it without the people. So there we go, just having fun, but that's the point, right? Like, we want people who are excited about this. So again, having fun, and just there's the team. It's people who are excited about what they're doing. So what does the future hold? Again, picture my daughter Mabel rolling around in the grass of a no-mow garden that we installed. That's what we want the future to be. We want no chemicals. We want to not have to worry about, am I harming myself spraying this, or do I have to worry about my kid walking out in the yard and rolling around in it? We need to change the way we think. So going back to exactly that, how do we make a real shift here? It starts with designers. I think that's the core of it. Is if the design isn't right, no matter how good the maintenance team is, well, the plants might die, right? So we need to design it right as well. Discover new ways to attract and keep more people like this, right? So hardest part, I'm really fortunate to have the team of 6 people that I have. But what if 2 of them quit? Like, there aren't people knocking down my door wanting to do this. So that's really hard. So again, better pay, better and different benefits. Just go through some pictures here. So again, just samples of our projects that are succeeding. So community and cause, I think that's why we're all here, is we believe in this, and I think that's the big difference, is that we're not here I'm not here doing this. I'm a for-profit business, and I need to make money so I can pay people, I can support my family. But I'm here because I believe in it. I could do a way easier business model and get away with that, but there's not a whole lot of gratification in that. So I think that kind of sums up my presentation. And yeah, on to Rashid. Thank you. Thanks. So I guess we have to do a little technical switch over.
We shall see how this goes.
Sorry.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Well, still morning. We're afternoon now. Afternoon, everybody. I'll just give it a moment for the slide to pop up, but to start off, I'm really excited to be here. I'm honored to be here in front of this collective. Coming this far through my horticulture career, it wouldn't be appropriate if I didn't take a moment to, of course, thank ELA and Longwood for putting on this event. but also to thank the two pillars that have been exceedingly substantial impacts on my career here. And the first one will be my mother, Margarita Polson. She's a gardener herself at the Brooklyn Botanical Garden, working on the wetlands and curating those spaces there. And also my predecessor at Brooklyn Bridge Park, who you all may be very familiar with, Rebecca McMacken. She put a lot of faith in me to be a leader, to support the team, and also help us challenge ourselves in ways that we manage and utilize strategies at Brooklyn Bridge Park. And it's also just been really exciting to hear from all the other speakers speaking about leading into people's passions, being creative with our intentions behind how we fund and operate our spaces and advocate for our staff, and also having sustainability components and tracking data and information about why we do the work and how we can further push these agendas for a very important cause. So with the talk today, I really do hope to provide people some context about some of the goals that we utilize and approaches that we utilize to track individual growth and team growth throughout our team. I'm going to speak to some of the notes that we use to build our current policies, as well as rethink policies in real time as we move forward in the work. And then particularly, I also want to highlight some of the strategies at Brooklyn Bridge Park that we have utilized to encourage a positive, ethical, inclusive workspace. So before I get into the meat of the potatoes of this conversation, I think I should provide a little bit of context about Brooklyn Bridge Park. Brooklyn Bridge Park is an 85-acre, 1.3-mile park, linear park, situated on the waterfront of Brooklyn, meeting the neighborhoods of Brooklyn Heights and Dumbo, running along the East River, just under the Manhattan and Brooklyn Bridge. What you're seeing here in this photo, if I can get the laser right, is the main flagship pier, Pier 1, leading all the way south up to Pier 6, meeting Atlantic Avenue, if you're familiar with New York City. Here is an old shot of what the piers actually looked like before we developed them into the state that they are now. The park itself was designed by Michael von Valkenburg and Associates, and a lot of the intentions was to create something that would be managed around successional management, but also a lot of the park's attributes and intentions and design were to connect people back to the Brooklyn waterfront in a way that was inclusive, safe, accessible, and of course stunning. And also, as we do our work as horticulturists and gardeners at Brooklyn Bridge Park, a lot of our forethought on everything we do is placed into having ecology at the front line. This shows the piers after they were demolished or materials were repurposed and removed from the old sheds. And I think this is an important photo here to show the blank canvas that we had to work with to establish the landscapes and the development here. And that doesn't only apply to what we have built within these gardens and spaces, but also to how we operate as an organization. We didn't have a particular framework, like say what the Parks Department of New York City has to rely on as specific guidelines. We were able to mix and match operational strategies of what worked for us, what worked for the people actually doing the work, and met our goals as a park. And we still do that work developing year after year. This just shows us another shot moving further into the timeline of Brooklyn Bridge Park as it was developing over time. The reason that these piers particularly fell into disuse was because during the late 80s, the industrial container revolution sort of took place, and the portions of Pier 6 through Pier 1, these piers fell into disuse because the waters were too shallow for large shipping containers to dock at those locations. And through a lot of advocacy and initiatives, there was a design implemented to become Brooklyn Bridge Park. It's also important to note that in Brooklyn Bridge Park's origin, the intention was for the space to be managed by contractor labor solely. My predecessor essentially was the only horticulture role specifically and would hire contracts to maintain the landscapes through 2010 through about 2012, when we only had about Pier 1 and Pier 6 to focus on. Over time, she clearly saw the need and investment there can be in building a full-time staff. We had several years of maintaining seasonal gardeners, and eventually had a full-time staff, supervisors, and other roles come into play, which I'll speak to today. But Brooklyn Bridge Park has so much to offer for not just our people of New York and around the world, but the wildlife. There's a well-established range of habitats that are also blending into each other in very interesting ways. We have salt marshes, we have wetlands, we have flower field meadows, grasslands, berms, bioswale. Actually, here's a shot of one of our massive sound attenuating berms. We have 3 situated throughout the park. and they battle a lot of the noise established from this expressway, the BQE, that runs along this area here. We also have our urban woodland, or thickets. We refer to them as dense hedgerows, large populations of trees and shrubs that not only provide habitat but add to the buffer for the noise situation within the park. And then looking at the team and the staff itself, Brooklyn Bridge Park is the home of 63 different employees, from our leadership all the way through the ranks. And more importantly, 75% of that staff is the operational team. So we have a facilities crew. We have a custodial operation of 2 different shifts, AM and PM, that make about 22 people. I want to say there's 6 people on the facilities team. And the other 20 to 22 people, depending on the time of the year, make up the horticulture department. And with those roles, we originally started out managing seasonal gardeners, as I mentioned, and a lot of the initiatives was sort of get out there and figure it out in the best way possible, really focusing on maintenance, access, and battling aggressive weeds daily to make sure that some of the original plantings were surviving. But a lot from that strategy of letting people sort of figure it out with limited supervision or context of the work or interpretations of the design intentions limited their ability to feel confident in their work. It posed a lot of challenges where we weren't setting clear expectations of what progress looked like. So over time, we really put a lot of effort into rethinking ourselves as managers, from thinking about things like language, of how we talked about people or to people, and even just our strategies in terms of facilitating the day-to-day work and having confidence in people to be autonomous in their work. So I'll start off by talking specifically about the seasonal gardener role in its current state. Seasonal gardeners right now are essentially assist to the full-time team. They definitely get a chance to expose themselves to all the various skill sets that a full-timer exercises in their gardening practices, but they're really there to try and learn and absorb what they possibly can and hopefully get the shot at a full-time position long-term. But in the most heat of the moments throughout the summer and battling aggressive weeds, there really are support structure that help us maintain all the various areas. And then we have the full-time gardeners. The full-time gardeners are broken down into 2 roles. There's gardener level 1, which has someone that has moved on from the seasonal gardener position, and they're starting to build an understanding of what those designs' intentions are, how leadership and management of their team determines what are priorities around safety, access, and ecology, and how do we execute that work on a daily basis. This person is also wearing multiple hats. We don't have at Brooklyn Bridge Park a arboricultural unit based on title. We don't have a lead arborist, or we don't have a compost engineer or facilitator. Everyone kind of wears multiple hats, and I'll get a little bit deeper into that, but people as full-time gardeners are expected to focus on not only the management of the gardens or attending and care and stewardship of the gardens, they're doing their own IPM work. They're assessing soil conditions and biology within the soil. They are doing their arboricultural work throughout the winters, handling their own zones, tree and shrub care, and many, many other facets, as well as trying to be the eyes and lenses of the observational connections between flora and fauna in the landscape, which is a major part of the work we try to do. Then we have the full-time gardener level 2 position, and this is someone that at a minimum has been at Brooklyn Bridge Park in a full-time capacity for 2 years, and they are starting to build a sense of autonomy and proficiency around all those various categories. There are some very clear expectations in terms of data collection and observation and working through all those various roles and hats. We also have to be reasonable with ourselves about what workloads and volume look like to make reasonable expectations for the crew. So we don't have clear formats all the way about how much people should be collecting data throughout the year versus actually doing the work and labor to actually keep the park where it is. And then we also have 2 horticulture supervisors on the team. They are really people that help us move the logistics of the team, allocate supplies and seasonal gardener support or intern support. And they also act as a lens to what is happening to your team. How is their culture developing? How are their bonds developing? What is the morale of your team looking like in 100-degree weather in the middle of the summer that just won't end? And also speaking to their individual growth plans as people want to pick up particular skills and where we are growing as a unit. They really keep you in tune with the pulse of your team, which is super important to this kind of work. And then we also have a park horticulturalist. This role, one, thankfully, we have someone who has been with us at the park for 7 years now and has seen a lot of the developmental stages of each zone, has a great understanding of, natural plant habits, perfect forms, different varieties of ecosystems, and how we can best emulate and mimic that work. And they are working one-on-one with each role in the park, trying to encourage their best practices and encourage our ethos of how we do work at Brooklyn Bridge Park. It can be something as simple as someone walking in the door and trying to be a part of our cutback process. Are they meeting the heights and shapes of cutback material we want? Are they doing spring planting the way we would expect someone? Are they digging holes thoroughly? Is their watering clear? And a lot of this work can be done in a non-judgmental tone, but more so with a careful thought in mind. You really want to act as support for people in a managerial capacity, rather than setting expectations that you are pushing them to do more and more and more. Here, I want to show you all a little bit of a layout of the geography of zones in the park. So amongst the full-time staff, we don't have a rotation of different responsibilities. People are designated into particular zones. And the idea is over time, they're going to build their institutional knowledge, whether they're working in a meadow, working in a wetland, and have to eventually become, so to say, the curators of these spaces. In yellow, you will see some of the spaces that are managed by full-time staff specifically. We have some areas that we have to be a little bit nuanced with in red that are somewhat shared responsibilities. Just based on our design and our information about a pier coming into fruition, there's never really a clear line sometimes drawn about where a space begins and ends. So we try to make people collaborate where possible. And then recently, we actually have built the park to full completion by opening the Emily Waring Roebling Plaza, a park that connects the two portions of parkland. And we had our gardener, Christina Severin, move into that space. She was excited about it during the initial design and started to put a lot of emphasis into making a transition out, because the space they were managing of Pier 1 entrance had already seen significant change by their inputs and planting designs and strategies, and was sort of say sustaining itself in the work. So we wanted to give Christina this opportunity to move into a new space and expand on her skills. But the reality is that left us with a void in several areas that weren't managed with a full-time member. So this summer, we had some challenges to figure out, and it was through discussion with the team. We ended up having two full-time gardeners work along two of our seasonal gardeners. And the two full-time gardeners, one had a reasonable bandwidth of workload that they were on top of and could commit to, while still providing support for the rest of their teammates. So in the initial phase, they worked alongside the two seasonal gardeners on rotations, helping them determine that prioritization. There was oversight from the supervisors as well to really constantly make sure that people are getting that care and development. As I mentioned before, it's very easy to set someone out and look at their resume and say they have the components to do the work. But if you don't provide that vigilance and care, people can kind of go off track at times. And we've seen that people have really been able to grow with this kind of model. To add a little bit more context about the scale that people are working with, this is Pier 3 Outboard, a space that opened in about 2019. And this shows, we have our massive lawn here. The whole pier itself is about 3 or so acres. But the gardens, we have some meadow edge plantings here, a dense hedgerow full of trees and shrubs. There is this ornamental plant bed out in the far end of the pier that's a raised tier of beds that people can garden from standing up, but has a much more ornamental capacity. And then just outside of this shot here, there's a massive grove of about several dozen aspens, hedgerows as well, mixed into that. And that landscape itself that the gardeners manage equates for about 1.5 acres. And each individual without the park at least has a minimum of a ½ acre to 2 acres for themselves to manage, which I think we can be clear about is a lot of work for an individual to take on year after year. So we are very strategic about where we deem operations back of house. We've had a lot of opportunities to learn as peers have opened year after year about what successional transition will look like, where we can start building out our test of shade palettes as we have to fill in the understories. So there's a lot of chance for us to learn year after year and really improve those approaches, but we really want to make sure that people are not burning out while doing the work essentially. This is a shot of our M&O building. We all used to work out of one particular hub. We were probably a group of 20 back then, and growing to a crew of 60, there was certainly a need for us to have our own operational space. And I don't just show it to show a sense of greatness that there is to have our operational space, but I wanted to speak a little bit about orientation of a job. the experience that someone is going to perceive of the workspace that they're in happens before they even walk in the door. For us at Brooklyn Bridge Park is really making sure that we are putting effort into what communication looks like from an onboarding standpoint with HR, making sure people are doing their paperwork on time and have all the information they need to interpret what their experience will look like. We make sure we have the fortune to be able to provide people all the uniform articles they could possibly dream of and the equipment associated with it to get their work done as effectively and safely as possible. But we also put emphasis in making sure that someone walking in the door gets a chance to meet everyone in the organization so they can learn about who's there, what the other roles look like, and how crossover might bleed between departments when people need to support each other. That context really makes people feel a little bit more invested in who they are at the organization and also the organization's care for them. One other thing that we do at the orientation process for new staff is give them a full park tour so they can start to build some of the context around this space and some of the historic information about where they will be working, hopefully for a long time. This is a shot, again, of one of our hort cages. We have 5 storage units throughout the park. This is the largest one of them particularly, and I do want to show that we have an array of materials and assets that we are able to provide people. And from my understanding, there have been some preconceptions about Brooklyn Bridge Park as a luxury park. And I show this slide to say, yes, there are some benefits to the financial model that we have, but this is what you get when you actually put effort in a properly funded organization, and especially for initiatives situated around the green industries. So I hope that we can continue to see as time goes by proper funding models and efforts put into these sort of directions. Here's a shot of our horticulture lab. I like to kind of refer to it as the gardener's peace place. Of course, people take lunches and breaks within this space, but they also have time to connect the research to the work that they're actually doing and their observations and develop ideas. This isn't something we always had and actually had to advocate for. When I first started at Brooklyn Bridge Park, we worked out of a 3-row filing cabinet that just had a couple of as-built designs, a little bit of irrigation information and programming, and that was probably about it. And Rebecca put an emphasis in making sure that we had this space so we can do the actual work at a higher caliber than we were expected to. And over time, we were able to make sure that this was something we could preserve and let the gardeners themselves shape out what this space can look like and how it reads and feels to anyone walking in the door. We have this collection here of our own little library, but we have our gems right here, which are our zone binders. Every gardener in every zone in the park has a binder that they maintain and manage themselves. As you can see, we have a general context of information that, park lighting and access and different sort of features like that, but we really leave it up to the gardeners to gather information around those many hats that I mentioned earlier. People come up with their own design approaches, future fall plantings, irrigation programming, documenting challenges and heat stress throughout the year, any and everything we can kind of hope people can have the time to add into this index. Because the hope is that we are building on this institutional knowledge so that, say, one day, if I happen to fall into the East River or someone else leaves the organization, that someone's going to be able to pick up this binder, understand the historics, understand what we have currently been doing, and how to move that narrative forward. We take training very seriously at the park. So the engagements around training are a little bit hard to nail over the years, and it happens at various intervals. It's not just one orientation week or a month where you're looking at a couple of things and say, hey, figure it out from there. That commitment happens over and over and over throughout the year, and we have different facets to kind of accomplish that. One of those moments is when people walk in the door, usually in spring. We're all doing kind of cut back together, so they're getting to work alongside each other, get experience around how others work. I think it's a very important component when working with a team. Whether you're standing by a dumpster and throwing some material inside and making sure you're safe around the people, understanding how body language works can be very important for this type of operation. But on a more facilitated capacity, we realized out of people not getting that engagement that as managers we had to step it up. And that meant for us doing what we call zone walks. Every 2 weeks, every gardener in the park gets a 30-minute walk of their zone, looking at what they've been up to the last 2 weeks. What goals are they seeking to accomplish in the next 2? Maybe it's the time for us to start workshopping fall planting ideas or pruning operations, and also get a sense of what assets they need. It is myself, the horticulturalist, the 2 supervisors, and the hort lead, and the gardener themselves there. So it's a lot of information exchange kind of happening in these sessions, and you really get a good sense as a manager of where people's passions are and how they're performing, and are they happy in their role as well. So we want to kind of keep this momentum going. The frequency of 2 weeks, I admit, can be challenging as a leader in the organization in terms of scheduling, but it's something that I've committed myself to endlessly, and I want to make sure it happens throughout every year. We also try to do things like our HORT meeting every week, where we do look at major operational logistics plans, what's coming on the pike next week, do we have a contractor on site? And just something I'm trying to get better at, because Rebecca was very good at this, was encouraging dialogue. What observation is someone seeing in the garden that maybe someone else in another part of the park can relate to, and build on those ideas, and then conversations spur from there. We had a moment a couple of weeks ago where we just talked about the strain of the fall planting season and what strategies people were using to kind of protect their bodies. Are you kneeling down on one knee all year long and not really adjusting your posture and pivoting? Different ways that we can all help each other. And it could be about the physical, it could be about getting to know each other as people, what we're into, and of course it can be about the initiatives and missions that drive us in the work as well. And also the full-time gardeners play a significant role in onboarding each other and also the next generation of gardeners at Brooklyn Bridge Park. As we work alongside new seasonal gardeners, I am thankful this year as well that we had interns for the first time, and you're playing the nurturer of these people while also getting the support you need. So the line doesn't cut off where you say, I have someone working alongside me, their pace is a little so-so, or their weeding practices may be undetailed. All right, how are we engaging those conversations a little forward? Are we working alongside them to set somewhat of that visual tone of pace? Are we giving some management up feedback to managers to help facilitate a little training around these initiatives where people need to grow? And we have to really stay in tune with those observations and have lead each day with good intentions and good faith in the people that we work alongside, no matter whether they're in your own department or another department. We also believe in trying to test things out and being reasonable about where and when we don't have the bandwidth to accomplish something. This is a shot of one of our berms at the park, and this is the one particular berm that didn't really take very well when it was seeded initially and was immediately overrun by invasive species 2-3 years later. We attempted to do a sod installation in this space after doing a little bit of solarization to kill out the weeds and then reestablish this landscape over time. It was a fun day, it was a challenging and hard day, and it absolutely broke the team physically trying to hoist sod rolls up in a massive 40-foot tall, 1-to-1 grade of a berm. But it was a good learning chance and something to check off from the resume, but we said, you know what? We do have a contractor budget. Maybe this is something that we need to contract out and let people focus on more intentful goals that we can sustain year after year. This is a shot of Ben Theriot. I really want to give him a shout out in this because he's been with us for about 1.5 years now in a seasonal and full-time capacity, and he came in the door running. He had such drive and interest in the work we do, and he has done a great job managing our Pier 3 berm, but I want to kind of highlight some of the solar film installation in the back that we had done by a contractor. Ben has been really on top of his bandwidth, prioritization, and accomplishing tasks while also supporting other teammates. And Ben came up to me one day and he said, hey, I just want to see how you feel about this, but there's some extra solarization film left over from the install. I think I might be able to accomplish some of my own to help suppress another area that I want to plant up 1 year or 2 from now. I said, Ben, if you have that availability, go for it. Ask for the support you need through the supervisors, and let's see where you land. And he was able to replicate exactly what the contractors accomplished, and possibly to some degree even better. As managers sometimes too, it's important that we set the tone of professionality, we push ideas and for people to be creative, and we stick to our values as part of sort of saying, utilizing native plants or different kinds of species or how we want to see the work executed. But sometimes it's important to be humanistic about it and put aside some of those biases or preferences about how we like to see work done. This is a shot of one of our Pier 1 entrances where you don't get the feel from it here, but it's an intensely deep shade area that we've struggled year after year to establish. We've had some successes in heucheras and some Tiarella mixes here and there. We've tried Leucotherae that has failed time and time again, even different carrick species. And one of our gardeners told us 2 years in a row, actually, he said, we could always do Lariapi, and it's kind of it was hard for us to like commit to doing Lariapi. We've traditionally strayed away from visual context that kind of relate us to a Parks Department agency necessarily, but we had to take a shot with it. And there are now 3 other areas throughout the park which utilize Lariapi because it's providing a very dense coverage. It's a nice companion plant to mix with things like Maryland dwarf Ilex opaca. And also it's just providing the suppression and functionality that we need for areas we couldn't establish year after year for various different reasons. So again, kind of putting aside your guns and having faith in people's ideas and also taking risks. Again, reiterating the point of leaning into people's passions. And now a little bit more of the fun stuff. So we don't just focus on work as a unit where possible. We try to expand any opportunity where the other departments can work together. So we have things like leaf cleanup that happen with the horticulture team to get material into our compost operation, but the custodial supervisors and staff members are actually doing the work of collecting. They're doing assessments with us together about the quality of leaves we are generating. This is an example here too of a joint operation. We have myself and some members from horticulture, from ops, from facilities, and we're all facilitating the coastal cleanup of one of our many salt marshes. And these are sometimes operations that we handle or manage by having volunteer groups come in to provide their support. But we really want to try and build more of these avenues for collaborative work because it is a wonderful experience to see the team that you work with. You kind of step back a little bit, you see people laughing, you see people that never worked together working together and learning about each other and accomplishing the goal. And then when they finish the work, they feel really good about themselves and have a better respect and understanding for their coworker as well. This is us having a meeting for our all-staff day, so everyone from leadership throughout the ranks gets together and focuses on a particular task related to horticulture, whether weeding out English ivy from a space. They will do power washing as part of one of the custodial tasks throughout the park, and they will also do some facilities kind of features like installing bollards or other kind of features in the park. And I think it's been wonderful for leadership of the organization to get that intimate understanding of the work that is happening and the reality that it is tough work to happen from a daily basis that they are not exposed to at all. A little bit more of the fun stuff, simple things like a potluck or what we call our staff awards day, where we acknowledge people that have carried themselves in a particular way, honing in the values and the mission that we emphasize at Brooklyn Bridge Park. And I think, especially for public spaces that have sort of a municipal capacity, like a playground or things like that, it is really, really important for people to actually utilize the spaces that they maintain so well for the public day in and day out. And that opportunity has to be facilitated on the clock. And here is something that I am very proud of and I really try to put my fullest effort into. I hope this is kind of the one that people want to take photos of, these several slides here. So we have very specific job requirements or qualifications, but we also have very specific competencies associated with the work so that we can better navigate people's growth and expectations. Originally, during our annual review or appraisal process, we had a very generic template and rubric that could apply to any job within the world. And there's some of those themes and title are here, like, is someone's communication strong? Are they managing up? But we were able to kind of tweak all of the competencies and the individual skills that reflect that into something that spoke specifically to each department. So facilities has their own appraisal form, horticulture has their own, and so does operations, and it speaks very clearly to their job duties. So looking at something like ownership, is someone taking initiative where they possibly can? Are they exploring in a curious way and trying to solve problems that may arise in the landscapes? Are they constantly trying to learn and also planning long-term and short-term strategies to their work? We look at things like communication as well. Of course, the relationship between each other is important, but the way that we speak to each other is a prized thing. And even as managers, we have to be very conscious of these kind of actions. Myself, I'm currently working through this process, but I always try now to make sure that I say the team rather than my team. I don't want to imply a sense of ownership over anyone at the team. And even something as simple as referring to someone by their name or a specific title. We used to call the seasonal gardeners all the time. We would call them just the seasonals. Oh, I need 5 seasonals to help me out on Thursday, or I need the seasonal teams to help me with irrigation. utilizing someone's name and the full title of the job that they were signed up for can go so much further in creating a positive tone and culture and moving things forward in the right way. And it just helps people feel respected as a human and not just as an asset of whatever organization they may be servicing. Teamwork and collaboration, another shot from our all-staff day, but there are many intervals where we really want conversations to facilitate themselves naturally. Of course, as leaders, I want to make sure that people are CCing me on a particular email, so I'm aware of what the movements are, but in terms of coordinating and making the actual work happen, we love to see that kind of initiative take place on its own. And over time, as people get more proficient at that, knowing who they can rely on, what roles there are in the organization, all of these kind of themes intertwine and overlap over each other. Problem solving and flexibility are certainly important, especially with a park where you never know how things are really going to manifest year after year. You know, one year we're kind of calm, and the next we're flooded with an IPM problem of, viburnum leaf beetle or something else that we couldn't quite account for. And we really like to see people take ingenuity into their process and demonstrate a sense of commitment to solving those problems. And also knowing when to ask for help. I know there are very passionate people in the work that we do and really want to accomplish things on themselves, on their own, but we make it a standard to know how to ask and when to ask for help. Park ambassadorship, of course, I think, Greg spoke specifically to ambassadorship in a wonderful way, and that's exactly what we like to see happen at Brooklyn Bridge Park. But then also it can happen internally amongst the crew themselves. There are going to be many forums where in the Hort meeting, we all discuss ideas together, but occasionally I pop by and I see conversations happening amongst each other out in the park, and that's what you really want to see. Are people engaging people in our local visitors that may have a dog off the leash on a lawn, or you doing something maybe a little bit nefarious in the plant bed? We have to make sure that people are engaging, because they are very much the front line of how the park is utilized, how it functions for each person, and what that means to people. So they are able to bring that information back to us. And then job knowledge and accuracy. Really, knowing more about your plans, knowing about the ecosystems that we are trying to manage, and strategies that we can utilize to improve upon these plans. Data collection is a major component of them. I don't think I mentioned this before. As we have all these various standards of information we try to gather, it is really hard to incorporate that into the daily work, but hopefully this winter we're going to actually look at formatting all of our zone binders in a way that people have very specific cues about when and what type of information they are looking to capture. We haven't fully embraced digital components. We do have Cartograph and ArcGIS systems within the organization that are doing very, very well with the facilities team and the operations team. But from where our history was, we are not quite at the place to utilize that kind of platform to assign tasks. In advance, we utilize Excel sheets to build a master horticulture calendar that strikes out all the rhythms for each zone, each month of the year. And also, as I mentioned earlier, having those zone walks and walking this process through with each individual, we're able to more thoroughly plan for the future of the park. And with that, I say thank you.
Beth, you want to come back up? We have a few minutes for questions before we break for lunch, so feel free to ask either Rashid or Matt any questions you all might have about those presentations.
Rashid, I love the speed of your eloquence as a New Yorker. I don't think you can jam more stuff in there.
Half an hour was tough.
I'm so impressed by the both of you gentlemen and your commitment to inspiring people for human growth and for equity, and to approach things as a generalist and give people the opportunity to grow within the natural space. I'm very interested to think that, do you think that the natural space that you're struggling with, you started off with a sterile, contaminated site that you built with engineered soil and structural soil that was inoculated by organic bacteria. You're still struggling to be completely organic, but I have to believe that one of the successes that you're having by lead by example is the fact that these people are working in a more natural setting also, and that contributes to their human and personal growth under your leadership. Do you think that that's a factor?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, for myself, I sort of dreamed about being like many of the gardeners that are on the horticulture staff. These are people that are constantly reading on their lunch breaks, taking really intense commitments to the work. And I really apologize, I forgot to mention this, but one thing that we're very fortunate to be able to provide for the staff is what we call the 5250. Every year we allot a certain amount of money to provide an individual employee $5,250 to go back to school for a degree program. And we were also able to advocate for certificate programs such as NYBG and BBG to be acknowledged by those programming. So we're seeing people invest themselves in the work while they're there, they're educating themselves outside of work, saving some finances, and then having a place to re-implement those strategies. So I kind of consider myself just like, a people person and facilitator of their goals, because I really want each individual to become the curator of those spaces, because they're the ones that are making all those observations. There are certainly benefits to working in an organic, natural, native emphasized space that I think also invigorates people a little bit more than we might see sometimes in New York City to do the work. My experience at the Highline too was, you see the new that Brooklyn, that New York and all of the cities kind of offer. And it was wonderful to see that level of care go into those spaces. But I want to see sort of that same initiative happen with some of the older spaces that are dilapidated in certain ways or just not having utilization. So that's what kind of inspires me to work with the people that we do at Brooklyn Bridge Park and, maintain a prize for us that we have been blessed to be given. Anybody else?
My question's for Matt. Sure. Maybe more of a comment. I'm wondering what, the generation change of the want to use herbicide might be ahead of the curve here because there's certain generations are less accepting of that practice.
Yeah.
I wonder what your feedback would be on that, or where you're seeing that.
Yeah. So if I'm understanding it right, I think it's generally that's exactly what we're seeing. Is I'd say it's very common for me to just regularly run into naysayers and doubt that there's just no possible way that you can, handle this without using Roundup. And my answer is usually like, Roundup didn't exist forever, right? And obviously what's nice is we do have evidence, and that was by us just being committed to it. And again, going back to the name Indigenous Ingenuities, is like we're just gonna keep trying new ideas, and we're gonna believe in it, and we're gonna figure it out. And we've had some success, but to sum it up, absolutely, we work with municipalities all the time, and just so many people that just are unwilling to accept that you can use vinegar or other methods. And to me, my answer at the end of the day is, well, there just has to be another way.
In younger generations, they're just not going to want you to do it.
Yeah.
They're not even going to let you.
Yeah.
They're just going to say no.
Yep.
You have to come up with another solution.
Yeah. It's surprisingly a big. I get a lot of clients who have had dogs get cancer, and they call me saying they live on communities, HOAs, where they don't have an option, and they've had me come out to try and talk to the boards because they're convinced that it's from the pellets that are spread out or things like that, that makes people really want to start thinking different ways about it.
Seem ahead of the curve.
Yeah, thanks. Go ahead, Bix.
We can start here, maybe you go then.
Sure.
This actually kind of is a follow-up. Is there any concern about using horticultural oil to eliminate weeds near a water source? So you had that one project you were getting rid of the Phragmites. It was obviously a wet area, but I don't know if it was something like a pond or a river, for in your case, where there are fish and other wildlife who are utilizing that water source. Is that horticultural oil an issue?
So, obviously, there could be signs that I don't know about yet, but ultimately no. And part of the reason we're called in those situations is because legally EPA and such will not allow you. You need special permits. And with applying horticultural vinegar, you do not need that. So as far as we know right now, maybe down the road some tests could come out, but and what I will say is it dilutes immediately. Like if you mix, we usually apply it straight, so we get the 20% acidity level. And if I mix it 1-to-1, its efficacy goes way down. and now you're talking about spraying it into a whole body of water. So, I mean, it dilutes very quickly.
Hi, I guess this is for Matt. Both of you were so great. Thank you. How do you talk to clients about the land care portion after the install? Do you give them an estimate on how do you do that?
Yeah, like I kind of led to, and this is kind of newer for our company. You know, we've been figuring it out over the years. But in the last 2 years, we've kind of, when a new call comes in, more or less, and there's always an exception to the rule, we say, if you want us to come work for you, you need to hire us to do a design, and we charge a fee for that. And then you need to hire, and you can take that design and go wherever you want with it. You don't have to hire us to do the install. But then if you want us to do the install, we'll then charge a fee for that. And then if you want us to do the maintenance, but the point of that is that it starts with the design. And we're controlling it at that design level, saying you're gonna need this, this, and this. So we're kind of selling the maintenance need from the start. Does that answer your question?
Yes, and I was just curious, do you give an estimate of how many hours it's going to be? Do you set up a contract?
So no, we don't set up a contract. We basically have an hourly rate and general materials cost. And sometimes clients will say, well, how much is it going to be for the year? And I say, well, look, I don't know you, and I don't know your garden. Like, I need to get to know you. After this year completes, we now have a better idea. But we can kind of say, like, okay, look, we're going to come once a month. We really like to do monthly maintenance. We say we want you on our monthly maintenance program, and we're going to be there for a full day with 3 people. So that's $1,500 a month. So I can range that and give an idea. But we might show up and that client's like, well, now I want you to go over there. Well, I want you to go over there. Well, okay, now we're there for 3 days. So it's very hard to know.
My question's for Rashid. I really love the term managing up. That's great. And I was curious how, if the structure happened kind of organically, moving from Rebecca to then realizing, like, identifying, like, gardener 1, gardener 2, court supervisors, and how that could be.
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely was, one, as far as like the bigger context of the organization, our COO has hired a lot of people that he is confident in to seek the needs of their desires for the department on their own without an excessive amount of input from a higher level. So we do have the autonomy to kind of determine what is best practice for us. And in terms of sorry, can you ask the second part one more time? I struggle with questions.
How the structure kind of materialized of, like, the gardeners, the supervisors, if that has to work.
Yes, sorry. So the first part of that was that, Brooklyn Bridge Park initially opened in 2010 with 2 piers. Each year, we would open up roughly a whole new section, and part of that engagement and discussion with the designers, our leadership, we were like, we definitely need an additional line to get there, and we are kind of bumping up against that threshold now. The park is fully complete, and it will be a challenge to continue to advocate for that staff. Additionally, the Gardener 1, Gardener 2, Hort supervisors, we actually have a deputy role as well. One, we saw that, again, everyone was wearing too many hats, and the goal is to essentially break things out over time to specialization. We would hope to have an arboricultural team in a 3 to 5 year plan, or a compost facilitator, but also we needed to give ranges for people to be able to grow both professionally and financially, which I think is sometimes a missing element in the work. Really, as an example, our horticulturalist has been in that role for 2.5 to 3 years now. And the job description is a long one. But at the end of the day, we have finally started to get a better sense of what are the key functions of that role that we can possibly break out into another one. Does IPM assessment, sending in lab tests and assessing them have to be a part of that role, or can that live with an individual gardener? But I think that the challenge with this as well in terms of compensation is that whether we're talking ecology, whether we're talking base practices for horticulture, there's a lot of work to be done, and it is a challenge to ask people to do more without compensating them appropriately. Welcome.
Well, I'm going to break right there because it is about 1:15. Thank you both so much. Really appreciate it.
Hi, everybody. So we're going to do this mashup thing again. So we have time for 2 quick presentations before we start the panel. So our first presentation is going to be from Refugia Design. So we have Mallory Sustick, who's the stewardship manager, and Claire Rachette, the lead steward for Refugia Design, and a growing network of native habitats, over 160 so far and growing. And it's within their ecological greenway network. And we're going to learn about the practices that make that different from other traditional landscape maintenance and design. And it supports their company's mission to reduce lawn and create beautiful, resilient, functional refuge for humans and wildlife. So we'll be excited to hear from them. And then right after Claire and Mallory, Bob Harris and Bonnie Swan from the Delaware Center for Horticulture are going to tell us about the workforce development program there called Branches to Chances. And that is a workforce development program with a focus on experiential learning that leads to light bulb moments. I love that. And they've developed strategies that cultivate a sense of accomplishment and create real long-lasting opportunities. So we'll start with Mallory and Claire, if you want to come on up.
Thank you. Great. We just want to thank ELA for having us. We're really excited to be a part of the conference and to be a part of the panel. It's been really great hearing everyone so far. And we also wanted to give a special shout out to our stewardship team that's here today. We can't do this work without them. So while we're getting this started, we are here to represent the stewardship department of Refugia. The name stems from a place for refuge, and we think about that in recognition to people and wildlife. We're an in-house design, build, and stewardship firm, and this is really important to note because it allows for these ongoing relationships that we have with both our landscapes and the clients that we work with. We work with residential and commercial properties, ranging from estates to city properties, and some of the landscapes that we're stewarding are a mix of restoration style to more ornamental design with native plants as the main focus.
So imagine Mallory saying all of those things with this beautiful backdrop.
This is just an overview of some of the things we're going to touch on today, talking about how living landscapes influence both our design and stewardship within Refugia, talk a little bit about the Greenway Network, and then a run-through of our general stewardship practices.
I think you covered that.
Yeah, I covered this. Cool. So, living landscapes are a really important part of both the design, and it influences how we steward the landscapes we work in. Matt mentioned earlier this concept of dynamic versus static landscapes, and we think a lot about that as well at Refugia. We're in the sense of reducing lawns, we're also thinking about shifting static and unproductive landscapes to those that are functioning sustainably, that are aesthetically pleasing, and also ecologically supportive. And some of these are like the main principles that not only guide the designs that we install, but also guide our stewardship practices. In terms of aesthetics, we're always thinking about a native plant palette, naturalistic gardens, 4 seasons of interest, whether that be texture, color, and then dynamic changes that we experience both through the seasons and also through the successions of that landscape. And then in an ecological respect, thinking about those landscapes to make them more resilient and drought tolerant, carbon sequestration, wildlife benefits, stormwater management, and low impact maintenance.
Cool. So in the intro, our Greenway Network was mentioned. We think that planting a single ecologically focused garden is awesome and really important. But taking all of our properties and all of these ecological native landscapes together really allows us to build ecological corridors through otherwise fragmented spaces Taking these properties in context really amplifies the impact and the functionality of each individual garden. Here is a screen grab from our website where we track each of our garden installations. Those light blue dots are individual gardens, and this is zoomed into Narberth, right outside of Philadelphia. The darker blue buffer around it represents the average foraging distance for native pollinators, which is about 400 meters. So you can see that an individual garden on its own is providing a good sort of touch point for native pollinators, but taken all together, this is a big network and a big corridor for habitat building and foraging and habitat and overwintering sites. Altogether, our stewardship team takes care of over 100 acres. All right, and now we're going to get into stewardship practices, sort of our bread and butter. At Refugia, we really see stewardship as a continuation of our designs. We are working with these landscapes for years, if everything turns out right. And it allows us to sort of revisit design while we're in the field every day when we approach these properties for stewardship. We're constantly testing our practices, constantly trying new things, and asking ourselves whether we're doing it right, if we're learning new information in the field or from other resources. And we're really upfront about the fact that we aren't coming to this work with all of the answers. Everything we're doing is experimental. We're constantly trying to learn and learning from one another in our landscapes. We're also upfront about that with our clients. So from the very beginning when they start working with designers, we let them know that they'll be learning alongside of us, and signing up for a Refugia garden is really signing up for an ongoing relationship with their landscape. That said, the practices that we'll be sharing are just general things that have worked for us. I think that this is kind of a good outline for how we approach a property as we're approaching it for stewardship, just sort of the things that are running through our mind and guiding the work that we're doing on the ground.
So plants are a big part of this, and thinking about functional plants. A thing we say a lot in our organization is putting plants to work. So plants are some of the hardest workers on our team, and we rely on them a lot. So we're going to go through some of the ways that functional plants are beneficial to us. One of the big ones is holding and building soil. So we rely on that a lot for either remediating poor soils or in areas that are to decrease where we need to decrease erosion. So in the first slide, that's a backyard that was primarily lawn. It was experiencing a lot of erosion, and it actually, the bottom picture, it doesn't show the full landscape, but there's a meadow behind a more formal planting along the patio that we installed, which the increase of the roots allows for less erosion. Competing against weeds. This is a super important part of our stewardship. We think a lot about and talk a lot about at work ground cover and reclaiming invaded areas. We have a stewardship member who likes to talk about the trio. We tend to use this when we're dealing with areas that we're trying to reclaim from invasives, and that includes whitewood aster, pachyra, and conoclinium, which are all great because they have multiple season interest and they're self-spreading and self-seeding. So they're a big tool in our toolbox. Slowing and filtering stormwater. We heard a lot about this in Kate's presentation, but we also rely on plants heavily for this and are really conscious in choosing the right plant for the right location. And housing and feeding wildlife. So a huge part of our practice is thinking about the insects and birds and other wildlife that are inhabiting these spaces or that we're welcoming back into these spaces where there previously may not have been as much activity.
Here are just some fun photos from the field of just a couple of things that we found in our gardens. My favorite example is the robins at the first two photos. That was not a tree that was planted in the landscape. It lived in FDR Park for 2 weeks during the flower show, which was long enough for a robin to move in, build a nest, lay eggs, and have them hatch, which I think just speaks to like how hungry a lot of these animals are and all of this wildlife is for native habitat to be reintroduced into the landscape. All right, I'm going to talk a little bit about tools and products that we use or don't, and just our general input into these gardens. We're really aiming to end up with gardens that regulate themselves as much as possible and decrease the amount of input that we're putting in. That might mean doing a little bit more heavy lifting up front to allow our gardens to get to that place where they sort of take care of themselves a little bit more. First off is probably our favorite tool and product. We use pine straw mulch exclusively for mulch, with the exception of the free leaves that fall from the trees. It provides a lot of the same benefits that your conventional pine bark mulch does. It regulates soil temperature, moisture, sort of provides a protective barrier for the soil, but it's also very easy to put down, very easy to move. We love that for our backs and our sore muscles. But the other great thing about that is it's very permeable. A lot of times pine bark mulch can sort of create a seal over the soil and not allow moisture in or airflow in, and those are really important factors for root health and soil health. It also allows seeds into our soil, which would be a really bad thing for a conventional landscape company, but for us that means free plants. Irrigation, we really don't use a lot. I know Greg spoke to this in his talk. We water our plants in after planting, and we may install irrigation depending on the season that they're planted in for new installations. But after that, these plants, they're native, they're adapted to be drought resistant and resilient. So we really shouldn't need to baby them once they're established. Tools, for daily use, our stewardship team has transitioned to 100% electric. They do everything that we need. We love them, they're lighter, they're quieter, they're easy to throw in the van and go. We do use a couple of more specialty gas-powered tools like augers and meadow mowers. We do use herbicide. We try to limit the use to really use it thoughtfully. And again, this is something that we are constantly questioning ourselves about what best practices are and how to decrease harm done and maximize the effectiveness of our application. We really focus on herbicide use for site prep to reduce the need for it down the road. And when we do use it for stewardship, we try to make it as targeted as possible. We've been really focusing this past year into exploring more selective herbicides to, again, try to do the least amount of harm and really target the weeds that we don't want in our gardens. And lastly, fertilizer, we don't really use it. We have a couple of products that we use to amend the soil, but again, at a stewardship level, we're really focusing on building up soils that have been degraded to really get a healthy biology that will support the plants.
Another big part of our stewardship practices is light touches and thinking about minimizing disturbance. A big part of this is to welcome natural systems back into the landscape, and some of the ways that we do that are by leaving the leaves, which I'm sure is not new to everyone in this room. There are a great resource. They are free mulch, they benefit the soil health, and they're also excellent habitat for overwintering insects. We have different ways of managing the amount of leaves, so this year we're experimenting with mulching leaves earlier on or distributing leaves on properties where we have like a super heavy leaf layer and we need to be conscious of the more tender perennials.
I think it's good to note too, we don't have like one big permanent site where we're working. So a lot of our properties, especially the city properties that might have a big plane tree over top of them, there's not a lot of place for leaf storage. So thinking about like, how can we get the most benefit out of these and take away as little as possible while still maintaining walkable paths and not smothering small plugs is really important.
Limited seasonal cutbacks and cleanups. In the winter, we're focused a lot on winterist or winter interest. So highlighting the plants that are doing that work during the winter, leaving up seed heads for forage. And then in the spring, we think a lot, we are very conscious of doing a staggered spring cleanup. So leaving, not cutting back the skirts of certain grasses, holding off on cutting back meadows until temperatures are above a certain degree. And that all feeds into this idea of prioritizing habitat.
And the benefit is like these beautiful textures and color contrast that we get from leaving seed heads up.
Another big thing is limiting soil disruption. We do no-till site prep. We prioritize perennials and prioritize keeping soil covered, whether that's with pine straw or trying to create more green mulch with plants. We're also, if we're not treating certain weeds, we're thinking more about cutting them back continuously so that to slow down their growth rather than digging them and disturbing the soil and the seed bank. And the goal here is that with less soil disruption, we're building healthier soils to encourage more soil organic matter. And then weeding. So we have a pretty contemplative approach to weeding, and we're always asking questions and trying not to pull things that if we don't know what it is, waiting to see. Some of those questions that we're asking ourselves are, will this be a problem for ecological function in the landscape we're working with, and will it affect the aesthetic of the design for the property? So there's a lot of nuance in how we go about weeding, and it can vary from us weeding one thing in the front of the beds but leaving it in the back as a ground cover. And a big part of this is also just knowing our weeds. So as I mentioned before, not pulling things if we don't know what it is, doing a little bit of research. Claire mentioned earlier that the pine straw allows things to seed in readily. So while we are combating weeds due to that, we're also being able to better distinguish really early on maybe a weed from like a meadow seedling. And that's super important to our day-to-day.
All right. Sort of in the vein of free plants that enter our landscape, we really like to encourage all of our landscapes to be dynamic. Again, this goes back to sort of the contrast between static and dynamic. Our job as stewards is not to suspend our landscapes in any one state. We aren't trying to match the plan at all times. Things change. Rather, we're trying to sort of facilitate stability through change and make sure that the change is happening in a way that is comfortable and beautiful and ecologically functional. Some ways that we do that, again, are self-seeding. We love free plants. We know that plants know themselves better than we do. They'll put themselves where they'll thrive. Sometimes that means some aesthetic edits, but for the most part, we really want our gardens to be as full as possible. We don't really want to see any mulch, so the more plants seed around, the better. Understanding the landscape succession is super important for our job. Our goals will change seasonally. They'll change year by year. I laughed with Greg's photo because I feel like we have almost the exact same before and after photo of this meadow. It was plugged in 2016, and this top photo is an image from 2017. You can see the diversity. There's little blue stem, there's echinacea, lots of different things in there that I have not seen since I started working here. This photo at the bottom was taken the summer of 2021, and you can see how those two little patches of Monarda in the top photo have sort of become most of the meadow. That's okay. It just means that we have to ask ourselves new questions about what we want from this meadow, if we want to see more spring diversity, whether the Monarda is really out-competing things, or if this is just like the season of Monarda and we'll see more in the fall. And in response to this, we did end up sort of selectively culling Monarda and trying to introduce some more spring blooming species, so it's not just a monoculture, but I think it's beautiful regardless. One great thing about having in-house design, installation, and stewardship is that we have the opportunity to collaborate and talk to each other. This is something that we're working on and that we have really been trying to lean into this year. What that's looked like this year has been implementing post-installation walkthroughs with the lead designer and the lead steward for each property. Doesn't always happen, but we try our best to schedule it. And it's just really important. I think it's overlooked how important it is for stewards to do their job to understand design intent and understand the challenges that have been seen from the very beginning of the design through installation that we might not see when the garden's already installed. They might be sort of hiding under the surface. So this gives us an opportunity to get on the same page with the designers about who the clients are, why they're installing these gardens, what sort of challenges they might foresee and that we might foresee, and also get on the same page about how we want these gardens to evolve over time. We've also done a handful of sort of 3 to 5 year check-ins with some gardens that have hit that stage of successional change. Maybe the tiny little trees that we've planted have started to cast shade, and that changes the conditions in the yard. And to a significant point where we want to call back on stewards to take another look and sort of help guide the future of the garden again.
So cues of care, another term that's come up today and something that we really rely on. It helps for us to make the landscapes that we're looking in look and feel more intentional. Kate spoke a little bit about how to maybe the untrained eye native landscapes can kind of not always feel comfortable or feel a bit more wild, and our cues of care are our ways of kind of creating these more intentional spaces that help distinguish between like a cared for landscape and maybe like an unkept space. So one of those big things is garden legibility and design intent. So thinking a lot about just basic design principles when we're in the field, which feeds back to what Claire mentioned earlier about having this really good relationship and rapport with our designers. So thinking about contrast, balance, all of those things, even after the design has been installed, but while we're stewarding that space.
I think this comes up most like midsummer when everything is growing faster than you can keep up with. It can get really tall, it can get really wild. I like this photo. It feels like a really good example of, I think, one of the big tasks that we do in July, August, which is just like keeping things shapely, keeping them distinct, making sure they look like nice clumps of plants rather than like very wild masses.
Talking about wild masses, thinking about scale and screening and sight lines is super important. We like to think of things, this idea of like see-through plants. Sometimes plants that are really tall and dense can feel imposing or threatening to people. So while we are creating these landscapes to be habitat for wildlife, they are also inhabited by our clients. So making sure that they are comfortable in the landscapes that we're designing for them and caring for them. This idea of also see-through plants is really beneficial to people, but it's also beneficial to plants because it helps with things like fungus or any kind of like diseases that might happen if there's not enough airflow through the plants. And tidy edges. You could go to a property and edge a meadow and blow pine straw into a straight line, and the client will think you've been there for hours and have done a whole bunch of work. Straight lines are, for whatever reason, a big thing that makes people feel comfortable in a space that previously might not have. We do this in a variety of ways, though. We think about it in terms of edging, whether that's edging that we install or hardscaping, also with plant choice, so tidier plants in the front and taller plants that may be a little more wild in the back. And yeah, these are just some examples of tidy edges after we've been stewarding a space.
I think that's all we have for you.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have time for questions now or if we should wait till the panel and take them then. Cool. All right, wonderful. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Come on, let's wake up. See, I'm used to being around a whole bunch of crazy guys. You know what I'm saying? The program that we're about to tell you about, I graduated from the program 10 years ago. And when I was in the program, I came to work every day like I was trying to get a job. And you know what happened? Yeah, they hired me. Yeah.
So I'm Bonnie Swan, the co-lead for Branches to Chances and the Delaware River Climate Corps.
I'm Bob Harris. I'm the co-lead also, and I work with Branches to Chances. And today we're going to talk about the program and their challenges and their successes.
There are both. So the Delaware Center for Horticulture, I have to advance the slides, correct? Got it. Or DCH, that's what we're going to call it because it's too much to say all the time, is a not-for-profit organization located in Wilmington, Delaware. It's dedicated to education, greening, and community engagement. The DCH has served communities in the city of Wilmington and Newcastle County since 1977. That's 46 years.
First, let's talk about branches of chances.
Oh, wait, we skipped one.
Okay. Branches of chances and the Delaware River Climate Corps are part of the community outreach and education at DCH.
Yeah, and you can see we have a lot of other programs as well. We have an urban farm, community forestry, community outreach and collaboration, public events, and even educational programs, mostly for adults.
Okay. First, let's talk about branches of chances. A DCH workforce development program that has been operating since 2009.
And it's a combination of, not only do we teach people about horticulture, we prepare them to enter the world of work and hopefully have a more stable life. The program's only 2 months long. It meets March and April, and we take 8 trainees every year. So we have a very short amount of time to work with our people.
And we recruit from criminal justice system, work release, social service organizations like Salvation Army and the Friendship House, referrals from other community networks, and sometimes if I just see some guys walking down the street that look like they need a job, I'll explain the program to them. We go to job fairs and, you know, just anybody that I feel I can help expand their knowledge in the horticulture field, then, you know, I try to recruit them.
So our selection process begins with a work day when we invite people who might be interested in the program after Bob has done extensive recruitment in the community to get them to work with us for a couple of hours. It's usually in February. So it's a real test. We're doing spring cleanup and we get a chance to assess their work ethic, and they get a chance to decide whether they actually want to do this work. Because it's, as you know, it's not always fun.
And when they come in to do the work, we can get some free labor also.
Yeah, get our spring cleanup started. Then we decide who we would like to continue with. They submit their applications. We conduct an interview process. And in good years, we've gotten up to 30 applicants. In bad years, not so many. But ultimately, we hope to have 10 slots, 8 trainees and 2 alternates. And as I said, the program begins in March, runs through 9 weeks. The trainees have a probationary period, and after that, they're solid in the program. The 8th week of the program is what we call an externship. We place our trainees with other businesses, so they get a chance to work somewhere else besides the DCH, and possibly be offered a job at the end of the program when they graduate. So, what do we do? Horticulture and landscaping are the context for training and skill development. So people learn how to work, not only what the work is. We give them training in basic horticulture. I do most of the teaching in that. Then work-life skills, computer and financial literacy, and mental health and wellness. We found that that's a really important component of the program.
Yeah, the financial part is, you know, a lot of the people that we recruit, they have to go to a check casher place to cash their checks. So by the time they graduate, they have a bank account and they're able to not have to pay the check cashing place the 2% from their paycheck, you know.
Because we do pay them.
Yeah, it is a paid program. That's a good thing.
How do we do it?
How do we do it?
Well, as you heard in the introduction, experiential learning is really important for us. Not everyone is at their best in the classroom, so we try to work with different modes of learning so that people who learn better from seeing or hearing or getting hands-on experience, all get the benefit of something that is meaningful and useful to them. We take field trips to other gardens and businesses so that they get a sense of what else is out there. We have gone to a number of public gardens, including the Delaware Botanic Gardens, Mount Cuba, Winterthur, Longwood, and then to retail and wholesale businesses like North Creek Nurseries and Gateway Garden Center.
We also have Davy Tree Service that comes in and shows them that, and they show them all the aspects of, you know, tree climbing, cutting trees.
Safety.
Safety, yeah, so.
That's a popular day. Everybody likes that day. Everybody wants to be an arborist after that day. And also, a lot of their hands-on experience is working with the Public Landscapes Group in areas that are maintained by the Delaware Center for Horticulture. And you'll see signs when you drive through Wilmington saying, this strip is being maintained by the DCH. Now, the second half of our workforce development program is relatively new. It's the Delaware River Climate Corps. And that is thanks to a grant from the William Penn Foundation. We've been able to expand our program to be year-round. We select 2 graduates from Branches to Chances, and they join the Public Landscapes crew and begin their core experience. Now, unlike Branches to Chances, the Delaware River Climate Corps has a more ecological focus. So it's another layer of information and a new point of view for our trainees, so they are more aware of the natural world, not just the landscaped world, and also what the opportunities might be in that field. That's you.
So with the DRCC, we meet weekly. We go on nature walks. We do plant ID. We learn how to identify trees from the leaves, you know, the ridges in the leaves and the shapes of the leaves. We went to Ed Snodgrass's farm up in down in PA, where, oh no, Maryland.
Maryland, yeah.
Yeah, where he grows plants for green roofs.
Because that's part of stormwater management, and they actually propagated some flats of plants for Ed, and he is going to donate them to the DCH so that when it comes time to plant our green roof, we'll be using plants that the trainees propagated. It's, we do try to make this even more experiential, so we'll pair classes with field trips. Before we went to Ed Snodgrass's farm, we had a class on green roofs. Before we go to the Stroud Water Research Center, they're going to have a class on watershed management and restoration. So they get, it's a pattern of information and experience that I think is much more useful than just sitting in a classroom, especially for the people that we work with. They're not all students.
Our primary goal is to launch people. Our programs also have to trigger environmental awareness, help people see living plants in their daily life, and become gardeners.
And we hope that that continues whether or not they continue in the green industry. So there are challenges. There is Bob giving the trainees what for, and there I am in the background listening.
There's Bonnie.
Yeah. During the pandemic, we actually held classes. We met in a very large room and spaced everybody 6 feet apart and continued. So, learning can be difficult. Not everyone is a natural student. Some of the people who come to us don't have high school educations, and they're certainly not accustomed to the classroom environment. Sitting still and looking at slides and having someone talk to you often brings back bad memories, and that makes for a difficult learning environment.
And also, this year our rate of pay is going to be a little bit higher because, you know, just we had a hard time last year getting people because there's so many warehouses in Delaware now that pay high wages that we're going to have to raise our wages a little bit higher just to entice some more people in.
Yeah. And not everybody likes working this way, in the hot, in the cold, in the wet. And some of the people who come to us have a fairly poorly developed work ethic. They need to learn how to work. Bob's really good at calling out people for leaning on their rakes.
Yeah. Then there's a lot of insecurities. Bonnie mentioned earlier about some of our partners that help us out, like Jewish Family Services. They help us out with a lot of mental health issues because a lot of people that we recruit have had a lot of tragedies in their families. You know, like Wilmington is a rough area, and they've had a lot of brothers getting shot and cousins getting shot, and it happening right next door to them. So, and they act tough like it doesn't affect them, but deep down, and it affects them, and they need somebody to talk to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of insecurity too. You know, they're in a new environment, they're doing completely new things, they're out of their comfort zones, and that can lead to some jealousy, some competition, some trust issues. And a funny example of that is that I created a Plant Jeopardy game as review for everybody in each of the major topics. And one year, well, the first year I did it, I think it was.
Yeah, it got real competitive.
Oh, yeah. And people got really angry.
Yeah.
I mean, one guy got up and moved to the other side of the room because he was so annoyed with his partner for not dinging the bell fast enough. And, you know, it seems funny, but there's something underlying that is really important that we really need to pay attention to. And we play Jeopardy occasionally still, but we're really clear about what the rules are. And we also let them write some of the rules so they can be convinced that it's fair.
Yeah, Jeopardy is not a contact sport.
Got close.
Where are we at?
Difficulty communicating.
Oh, yeah, difficulty communicating. A lot of guys feel inferior. They don't communicate. So one of my jobs is to pull everybody aside one by one and just have a talk with them and kind of feel, what they're going through, ask them where they came from, how's their day, and let them know that they can confide in me if anything is coming up, because we've had people where the next day they become homeless, so it's like, so what do we do now? So, we have some things set aside for, emergencies of that kind.
Yeah, we have people who are coming to us from work release. They may be in recovery or in a rehab. So what they're doing at the DCH is just a very small part of what their lives are like. And as a result, long-term success can be elusive. We'd like to say that we take 8 people and 8 people graduate and 8 people have jobs 5 years from now, but that's not the case. We said earlier that our goal is to launch people. Life change can be really difficult, and the program is really short. It's only 2 months. So we have a very short amount of time to at least get people started on the road to what their futures will be. The program, you've probably picked up on this, it's very nurturing. We really try to pay attention to our people, to keep track of where they are, what they're doing, to encourage them, to call them out when they're not contributing. And leaving Branches to Chances can be a shock too. They've developed friends, they have a network, and then they go out in the world of work where all of the old temptations are still there, their old friends are still hanging around, and they miss the safe environment of the DCH. And sometimes people drop out, leave the program Sometimes we know why, sometimes we don't. So, why do we keep doing this?
Why?
Yes, we have a short video that will help you see why.
Why?
I'm a better man today than I was 20 years now.
Yes, sir.
Because, you know, I just live in a community where I tore it up, stepped on plants, kicked on trees. Now I plant trees, I plant plants, and I love them. And I love to see what I used to destroy now, and I can say, look what I built now. Easy day today, baby. I've been incarcerated a few times. I've been home now 13 years. You know, I've been working at DCH since 2017. It's offered me the chance to come in and start my life over.
I got him off the street corner.
We're a nonprofit organization called the Delaware Center for Horticulture. So we do city tree plantings, public landscaping with sponsored beautification sites. Our Branches to Chances program brings together a diverse audience of people who are essentially looking to return to the workforce for any number of reasons.
Yes, that's what we're talking about.
Some of the projects that we do involve our participants in the program working in their own neighborhoods, in the neighborhoods where they grew up.
Let's go, team.
We're introducing people to career paths in horticulture, so it's not just about a job, but it's about where people can go from here as well.
I was an addict, and, you know, me being on the street, I was not help to the community. You know, I felt like I was, you know, left out. Now, by me helping and putting plants and doing all this stuff, I feel part of the community, feel like a normal person. You pass to a place that you tell somebody, look, I did this. You know, it's something that you get proud of.
Very proud.
I was involved in a lot in alcohol. It was like an addiction for me. So, and even those feelings are gone. I don't feel like, I just feel like going to job in the morning, go back home, staying with the kids, and go to job tomorrow. I've been sober since it's like 1.5 years now.
Every day's a holiday.
They do a little bit more than the horticulture. You know, you go to computer classes, you have human resources classes, help you get your feet back on the ground and get moving. My goal is to one day own my own landscaping business.
All day long.
We start recruitment in the fall. In January, we really start the candidate selection process. We do reference checks, and then they start in early March. It really is about sort of looking forward, and for the individuals, it can really be a life-changing experience.
This family right here.
So, why do we keep doing this? There are light bulb moments. You can see Ray's joy looking at radishes that he just pulled out of the bed. And it's, you know, when people make a connection, when they make a change, when they recognize something they learned in class on a job, when they identify a plant for themselves or ask, what is this plant? It's like making the transition from just wanting a job and going through the motions to seeing a future in this kind of work. One of my favorite moments was when we brought a class to Longwood around 2015, and there was one guy who was in the program for work release. He walked into Longwood and his eyes got big. He just couldn't get enough. He wanted to see everything. And, you know, horticulture was really a path for him.
Yeah, the feeling of accomplishment. This is graduation day. You got people graduating that have never completed anything in their life. You know, never completed anything. So their parents are out in the crowd dressed up, and they come up on stage and we give them their certificate, and they say a little speech, and they cry, and I cry, and, you know, and I mean, and we eat cake, you know, it's just a, it's a wonderful experience, you know, and yeah, that's why we do it.
The other thing is that people get jobs in the field and out of the field, and they keep them. We see people from time to time who come back to see us or tell us what they're doing. We have some graduates of the Branches to Chances program or Return to Work program who have their own businesses now, and they come back to speak to the people in the new classes. Mostly, we've prepared them to be self-sufficient, to know how to work, and to know that they can work too. That's a confidence that you can't just give somebody.
Yeah, we have a few guys that, this one guy who came and spoke, I think he has like 91 clients now, and yeah, some guys doing real well. And the thing about it too is that, like the guy who just spoke, the last guy who spoke with the accent,
Cuthbert, yeah.
that he just left us. He went to FedEx. but that's a success story for us. He got it. He was able to. He was at a place called Sojourners, which is a place you go to get your life together. Came through the program, transitioned. Now he's working with FedEx.
We helped him get his driver's license.
Yeah. I took him to get his driver's license. Took him to take his written test. His wife took him to the road test. Thank God. And because I took the other guy took on his road test the other day, and he didn't do too good. He said, I almost crashed. And so, yeah. But anyway, I take him in a few weeks to take it over again. I mean, we try to just set a path for them, and, I'm happy for Cuthbert. He's probably making more money than he would with us, and he has a family to take care of,
Yeah. And maybe he'll come back.
And the ones that I see over on 4th Street that have relapsed, you can't take away the knowledge that we taught them. So, when they get themselves together, they still know how to plant a tree and plant some flowers, and they, probably still remember the names of some plants, but, you can't take away that knowledge.
Yep. So to Bob's point, the world of plants and the environment is healing. Working outside, being in the peace. I mean, I heard weeding is meditative. That's true. And seeing the effects of your work. When you plant something and it grows, and you come back and you mulch it or you weed around it and it's bigger, that's a really positive outcome.
And Chrissy, she graduated our last class. She got a job at ShopRite Flower Shop.
Yep. That was good for us. We were happy.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah.
And really, I think one theme of this entire conference is that the world needs people who care about the environment. People who go through our programs learn how to care for the natural world at work, at home, and in their free time. And for us, that's a really positive outcome. So thank you to the ELA, and thank you to our sponsors.
And I appreciate you guys. I learned a lot today. I mean, the guys that presented, y'all did an excellent job, so eloquent, so knowledgeable, and I appreciate it. Thanks for inviting us.
Thank you. That was excellent. So I'm going to invite the speakers to come down here and sit in these comfy chairs, and we're going to launch into our discussion. I wanted to say that today was amazing, and in that last presentation and throughout the day, I mean, I think what we see is, the power of plants, the power of the natural world. In the last presentation, that was right there front and center on display, but I think it's what drives all of us as well, that power that we can make change, through that natural world is really compelling and very inspirational from my point of view today. It just feels really great. So thank you to all of the speakers. It's been great. Something that struck me with all of your presentations is the level of rigor and attention to detail and just thought that you have all applied to your work, and that we all can learn from. So today we're kind of preaching to the choir, I know, But I think it's really important to share these models that we've all developed, these working models, and to figure out how we work and how we can exchange that information. And so that was really beneficial, I thought. So to start off, a question that I asked all the panelists, I wanted them to think about, words matter, of course, and I wanted them to think about this term maintenance. And what do we think of that term? Is it serving us? Is it something that we want to embrace and make work for us? Or do we think that maybe, that term maintenance is kind of holding us back and is limited, and should we change it? So to kind of kick it off, I just wanted to kind of put that idea out there and to have you guys kind of bounce that around a little bit. Greg?
Certainly. I think we all could agree on the term used stewardship. It's been used a lot, and I think there's a reason why, right? So I think so often with terms, especially with people that don't know the industry or don't know how to describe something, they might know it, they need the right term. So if we provide it and provide it with its not only a meaning, but what we're trying to have that word do in the future is really important. What's going to happen coming out of using that word? So, and I had said, of course, stewardship because of caring and nurturing.
I'm definitely going to have to agree with Greg there. I actually posed that question to the team at Brooklyn Bridge Park, and stewardship was definitely, or being a steward in general, was a component that was certainly there. And it's interesting to think about the word maintenance as well, because I believe that when we look at most lines of sort of physical labor, there is an element of maintenance. A maintenance technician, a custodial unit is providing maintenance of some form of nature. And it's interesting that where we can start to elevate like sort of niches or specializations out of the work, but still kind of all still fall into the same hub and elevation of like prestige of the change of tide of the work. So I kind of still struggle with where the right word is, but stewardship definitely has always kind of been a place that has resonated with me in terms of the work we try to do and what I feel in terms of, like Greg said earlier, nurturing, caring. Our designer at MVVA recently said that he is the one that birthed the baby, and we are the ones that are actually taking care of it now. So I think it kind of goes a little bit hand in hand.
You know, I just wanted to mention, sorry, I just want, on what you just said, that just triggered to me, are we maintaining our landscapes, or are we furthering them? Yeah, so thank you for making me think about that.
Yeah, I very much agree that, I feel like the term maintenance, there are some tasks that I think it applies to. I just don't think it in any way fully encompasses the work that we're talking about here. When I think about the maintenance tasks, they're sort of the regular tasks that are done, on a regular basis. So, and they're still vitally important. Those regular tasks are what keep things functioning. But so much of the work that everyone has been talking about today is much more along the lines of stewardship, or sometimes we're talking about work that goes much deeper than those regular tasks that need to be done. So in our work, we differentiate between what are the maintenance tasks and what are the corrective action tasks. What's the kind of like deeper dive that needs to be done, and those things overlap quite a bit. And so, yeah, I think the terminology is challenging, but coming up with that, what's the term that best describes the work that we do as a whole? I think it's a great question. And I like stewardship a lot, to describe it more broadly.
Yeah, I think along with everybody, the issue that from a for-profit business that we run into, that the stewardship word definitely is appealing to people who know what it is. I think the challenge we run into again is marketing to people. So we're trying to get people to hire us and finding a term, and that's why we're still stuck on the word landscape maintenance. So like on the side of my trucks, it still says landscape maintenance, because that's what people understand. So deciding what is this word, and it sounds like from all of us, it's stewardship. And I think for me, what I want to do is say, okay, are we agreeing on stewardship? Like, yes? Okay. So like we're all gonna, and seriously, like we've been having this conversation in my office for 2+ years, and like we just can't pull the trigger. And I think that's it, like to get the community as a whole to agree on a word, and then we go full force and push it. So I think, that's the challenge, I think.
So maintenance, when you were talking about static and dynamic, I feel, maintenance, when I get my hair done, that's maintenance, right? I want it to be, it's static. But when we think about these dynamic landscapes that we want to do, we want to encourage that change and that sort of evolution and growth, right? So that term stewardship kind of leads more in that direction. What about you, Bob? Have you given this any thought to these terms?
As far as maintenance?
Yes.
Maintenance, Delaware Center for Horticulture is a nonprofit, so the sites that we maintain are sites that are funded by people and they expect them to look a certain way. And the other aspect of it is that it's a training ground for people coming through, and you learn something by doing repetition. So they're learning what the plants are, how to maintain them, what's a weed, what's a plant, and then they can take that skill onto another job, or they can become a supervisor in our job and be able to teach somebody else. So that's what I think maintenance is as far as my job is.
And then I think at the DCH, we make the transition from maintenance to stewardship when we go from branches to chances to the Delaware River Climate Corps, because the emphasis is on stewardship of the environment. And with that comes the implication that there is greater responsibility in what you do.
Very good.
Is this on now?
Yes.
Yeah. I think that I'm kind of two minds. I agree with what everybody said about the effectiveness of the word stewardship, getting across the nuance of what we do and the complexity, and also the care and the relationship that I think is at the basis of what we do. I think it really is a relationship between the steward and the landscape that we are taking care of. It's definitely heavily used at Refugia, but I think I have a personal reservation about the use of the word stewardship for sort of marketing this field and gaining respect for a labor position, and maybe the use of the word as a tool to other ourselves from other labor workers, when I think that there's a lot of room to consider other maintenance practitioners and other labor workers as having the opportunity to be stewards in their own right and do their work with as much thought, care, and complexity as we do. So I'm of two minds. I use both fairly interchangeably. I think in our presentation I mentioned, I think we are stewards, but part of that is maintaining stability in change. I think there is a level of maintenance, and I think that stewardship is, to some degree, a type of maintenance. So, no firm answer.
I think I share in Claire's feeling of nuance. What stands out to me about that question, and like a lot of the themes we've heard of today, I think a lot about how we break this conversation out of this room and talk, and like, yes, we can argue over or agree on stewardship as a term, but like, how do we then share that term and what that means with more people that are not as invested in the day-to-day as we are? And also, like, the whole basis of what Rashid and Matt were talking about, of like leveraging the fact that this is like a highly skilled field, and creating benefits and payment that reflect that is super important, in addition to the language that we're using.
Definitely. Let's open it up a little bit. You guys have questions? Eva? Yeah, good PR person. Greg, is your person free? What was her name? There was a picture of her. The marketing person that you showed up. Can Joni work for us?
Stewardship and all that. But she experienced it firsthand when we were doing it, and she can now speak on it. So it's about educating further. And you're right, we need to market it along with marketing the cemetery as a great arboretum. It's a place of stewardship and environmental awareness.
A plug for ELA. ELA can be our marketing arm. So, right, Peggy back there? Excellent. Yes.
Just a question. I'm fully behind the word stewardship, but coming from the conservation background, I see what you're doing as regeneration as well. And so, like, I hear you, but I'm wondering, regeneration's the latest buzzword in the agricultural industry. There's some talking about it in this industry. How do you feel about that word and whether that needs to be considered alongside stewardship?
Anyone?
Yeah. Excellent. I'm glad you brought that up, Matthew, because all of the cemetery is all being regenerated. Yes, it's exactly. And as Claudia and Thomas have said, it's a post-wild world that we're in. So we have to change our whole mindset to that. And so I like that very much. And now I'm really struggling to figure out what I really
Thanks, Donna. Yes, that makes me think, Greg, you mentioned ambassadorship. And I think that's one of the differences between, what you all are doing and sort of more conventional practices, right? Because you're giving the knowledge and the power to the folks that are working on the ground, right? They're knowing why they're doing what they're doing. And therefore, they can then give that knowledge out. If somebody asks them a question, they see them working while you're doing that. And so we're able to make those connections, connect those dots, which I think is really important. So it's a really, it's a great opportunity, that ambassadorship, thinking of the people that you work with that can spread the word like that.
To speak to that a little bit, it made me think in both of your presentations, actually, talking about the ambassadorship side of things. And we often joke in our department that we're putting the public back in public works because we're always interacting with the public. And it's our field staff who are talking with residents about, okay, what is this thing that you're out here weeding? Why are you doing what you're doing? How does this work? And it is. And in some ways, I think that through those interactions, I'm always amazed by the stories that I hear from our field staff that people, they have long discussions with people, and then the resident is walking away with not just an understanding of what the system is, but everything that goes into how it's cared for, and that I don't think our city council members understand. I don't think that a lot of our higher level people within the city even have an understanding of, and that ambassadorship is just so critically important. And so how we communicate that across, all levels, I think is really, really important. That it's not just happening here and there in kind of one-off conversations, but how do we communicate that more broadly?
I think, I think stewardship, regeneration, those are really, important sort of shifts in our thinking. But until sort of, the general public, if they're still, we heard a lot today about sort of dynamic versus static landscapes, and so if people's paradigm is still sort of static, it sort of doesn't matter what we call it. I mean, we could call it elbow, it's not going to be meaningful. So, I think the larger question is, how do we shift that perception, not just within our field, but, sort of in communities at large, and then, so that the one person in the HOA who's trying to do this, that's like a pebble in a pond that's going to ripple out. But how do you sort of attach sort of the method to the madness to that? You have to show it. So anyhow, I just don't know how meaningful. I mean, I think it's important for us to define this for ourselves and to move towards that. But I think there's a larger piece about sort of educating the public about what we're doing. And it's not going to really resonate until somehow that groundwork is.
I honestly think that's just like a wonderful point, and there are many ways we can split the conversation about the terminology specifically, and I think it is mostly important too about access to information and what the highbrow that can be associated with, like the heavy academia that is usually related to the science and horticulture work that we do. My exposure personally, I was really inspired hearing from Bonnie and Bob, because I was shifted back 10 years ago. Before, I never looked up at a tree canopy or never looked down at what ground cover existed like in an urban condition. There's no academic programming through my entire K through high school exposure that integrated a career possibility or idea of horticulture out there. So, hearing from you all and seeing different exposures happening, it is also about how we are providing access to that content. And as an example, what Brooklyn Bridge Park is looking at with our website, as an example, we look to all of your other institutes and how you have formatted your information and make sure that the information can be of value to a practitioner, that they can take something away from that, but also someone that's just doing a random search about Brooklyn Bridge Park. Maybe they're able to attach a certain element in their memory, or I saw that yellow plant and now I know where that yellow plant is, what it is, and what it functions to do. Finding opportunities to spur people's curiosity, I think, helps us get a lot more of that exposures into lanes. We are all certainly doing the work, but there's also clearly not enough of us. We need more people to have that introductory experience into all forms of wildlife itself.
We need more people. Lisa? Well, that's right on you. That's what I was thinking. So we can come up with a term for the verb, right, of what we're doing, but actually how do we lead that to people, I think is the way that we reach people. So I'm kind of curious about that. I know between you and I, we've batted around what we call the people that are doing the work. When we put out, qualifications, we don't say landscaper often. We say gardener or something like that. So I'm kind of curious from the panel how to think about believing what we're doing, whether that's stewarding, gardening, to the people that are actually carrying out the labor or those on the receiving end.
I think what you're saying kind of reminds me too of a word that we've been batting around, and I think it's kind of relevant, but we're pioneering. I think that's why we're struggling to come up with a word, because what this is we're pioneers. Saying this is the landscape's not new, the natural world's not new, but what we're trying to do to almost reestablish that undeniable connection that we all have to the environment. Like you said, Rashid, like that, it should be in the curriculum. It should be social studies, science, and reciprocal relationships between society and the environment. I don't know, like something like that. But I think, I don't know, the word pioneering is always like, I don't know how you work that in to what we're talking about, but I think it's kind of a neat way to think about it as well.
I just want to also speak to the importance of like relationships. Stewarding, the word stewarding speaks a lot to like us as gardeners or ecologists, like our relationship to the landscape. But a huge piece of like what we're doing every day is we're trying to build the relationships our clients have with those spaces. And a big portion of what makes like our Greenway network really exciting is that it gives individual people, even though they're doing something on their individual property, this agency to see how they're part of like a bigger whole. And that's kind of how, even though in our day-to-day we're stewarding landscapes, we're also educating. And to what Rashid said, like, it's a huge thing when you're learning little bits of information, all of a sudden you're seeing your environment in an entirely new way. We talk about this at work sometimes, like we'll learn about some kind of grass and we'll be driving down 76 and see that grass on the roadside, where in any other occasion we wouldn't have noticed that, but like having that knowledge and that awareness, it kind of opens up a whole new world. And I think continuing to open people's eyes to that will have them be more receptive and be thinking more about like the landscapes that are around them rather than just something that they walk through.
I have some experience teaching at Temple, and when we would be in the classroom with the students, and these are students that don't have any green background, right? So it was a science credit, but they were just, for the first time learning about how a tree works, kind of a thing. So it was that level. And so, there was always the people in the front who were paying attention, and the people in the back were asleep. It just happens that way. But as soon as we went outside, everybody was awake, and everybody was tuned in, and everybody was engaged in asking questions. It's just that power of being out there and showing those connections, right? I always think this work is connecting the dots. I just, I always kind of come back to that. It's kind of simplistic, but I feel like when it works, it works. It's those light bulb moments, right? It totally is. So thanks for that term. I like it. Other questions? Yes.
We'll start. The trifecta that we mentioned that we use so much, Pachyra aura, whitewood aster, and Conoclinium colestinum, blue mist flower. All three of them are really aggressive self-seeders. They're pretty adaptable. blue mist flower prefers a little bit more sun, whitewood aster prefers a little bit more shade. So the trio together work really well together. Whitewood aster and Pacra aura also have a fair amount of evergreen coverage. So that provides a lot of they get a head start on a lot of the weeds that might be coming in later, or they might help sort of shade out those early spring weeds like bittercress and things that we found in our garden. I don't know, do you have any specific weeds they're good at fighting? We just like them for filling up a lot of space very quickly.
Ranunculus or lesser celandine, Pacra is a big one that we employ for that because it's impossible to dig it all out.
Just have to be careful because the basal foliage looks very similar, so training is important. Yeah, does that answer your question for us? Mm-hmm.
For strategy with the mugwort, really, aggressive native plants really do help. Mugwort needs sun, doesn't it? Needs resources. So if I can mitigate those resources for the mugwort, the stinging nettle, it really keeps it in check. And so what it begins with was that initial cut down. We cut it all down. And then we put leaf mulch down, and not just leaf mulch, but thick leaf mulch. I wouldn't normally do that in a meadow, but for this situation, I needed to. So when that mugwort and stinging nettle started to come back up, they did like that leaf mulch very much, but their resources were depleted, very much so. So when they were coming up, they were weak. We could either hand pull or give another vinegar spray. And once that weakened mugwort had to vie with the other densely planted native plants, it didn't stand a chance. And I pass along that information to the intern, and Brendan continued the process of anything that came up. He either cut it down if needed, replaced with native plants, or hit it with the vinegar. And within 2.5 years, we have it all under control. And that's in a 1-acre site. So, yeah, thanks for asking.
I had a question for Matt. So Matt did an ELA Eco Answer with the Pros, I forget now what it was called, earlier this summer, and it was great. It was all about, focused on, battery-powered electric equipment. I wonder if you could just touch on sort of like the main workhorses that you use in your day-to-day, like the backpack and...
We've been using Husqvarna brand. There's other good brands out there, but we started with the Husqvarna commercial brand. It's probably 6 or 7 years since I bought my first battery and weed whacker, and we still have some batteries still working and they get dropped, they get beat up. I mean, they're commercial products that our employees are beating up, dropping out of the back of pickup trucks. But to answer your question, weed whackers, handheld blowers, backpack blowers. We have 2 backpack blowers, which are really great. The articulating power shears, as I saw Greg was using in his meadow, probably one of my favorite tools, just because it's safer, it puts it far away, and we can clear massive areas by being light on our feet. All those tools we use all the time, and they're very durable, they're quiet, they're great tools.
Some of the others, you mentioned that in your presentations, but I just wondered, do you all use battery-powered equipment, or?
No, the DCH does not.
We do primarily use battery-powered, especially for stewardship. Our daily tools are all battery-powered. I don't know if we have any specific brand loyalty. We've got sort of a smattering of different products and are always looking to improve. I think leaf blowers are probably one of our biggest tools, especially with our use of pine straw mulch. Really good for creating a tidy edge and keeping things clean. We primarily use Greenworks brand and have an Echo, I think, which is a little bit better. But interested in expanding.
We've heard good things about Husqvarna, though, so.
They're great. You should try them.
Yeah, sound a little heavier duty.
Yeah, we're thinking about that change as well. We've utilized, traditionally we started out with the gas-powered tools. We converted all of the horticulture's blowers, shears, and weed whackers over to Greenworks products as well. We have had rarely any challenges. Occasionally a battery has gone down. The lifespan during operating hours and just in general over time seems to be effective enough. I think this is just the reality of a new product coming into circulation. There are some challenges when it comes to one, a newer battery coming out every year almost, so it seems, and then not be able to like just individually purchase a battery without getting a dock or an extra piece of hardware. Sometimes it's been a little bit of a challenge on our side. But we want to start exploring some of their other options, other product options in general, or brand options. And also we're going to see, hopefully this winter, or maybe hopefully not, how the Greenworks snow thrower kind of brush handle works. But yeah.
A lot of what we do, like what you guys have been talking about today, is allowing people to have experiences in the landscape, right? Allow plants to touch you and to, let them brush by you as you walk down the street, or urban center, or at the town center, like where Matt is, and Greg in the cemetery. How do you deal with pushback from certain, let's say, neighbors or agencies or townships, right? Like, what's your answer to them when you're trying to give that person an experience, but they're telling you, no, you can't let plants touch you? Like, have you guys run into that kind of issue? And what's your answer to that?
I think it's about specifically too, I think what Mallory was saying at that one point, cues to care. So it starts with that because defined edges, defined paths, the paths are nice and neat and raked. It doesn't seem to matter what's in nature sanctuary or if there's mugwort or not. Naturally, there's not a lot, but the idea of it spilling over, as long as they see that managed space, it all of a sudden makes sense. I think it's when there isn't those cues to care evident in other areas. So we've been able to go with much more natural approaches. Our front entrance is done with a woodland edge type look. It's not the very formal that it used to be, and it makes sense because other areas are well defined and cared for. That seems to be what is working for us. And our township is very supportive of what we're doing, and so we're very fortunate for that. So I wish I could speak on that as far as an issue, but it's not.
Yes, from the municipal perspective, it's interesting because our city code is actually, most of our green infrastructure installations are in violation of our own city code when it comes to weeds. So it becomes a really interesting problem because we are trying to model landscapes for our residents to replicate as well. And yet our weed code still says that anything over 6 inches is a weed. And so it's, so we've really tried to work with our codes department, which is, how it's in a separate department from Public Works, to talk about the value of no-mow areas, to offer, I offered just my personal assistance that I'll go out and inspect a property if it's gonna be cited for a weed violation, and if I can go out and say, hey, that's actually, a native garden they have there, or there's valuable plants that are here, that's different than this person just hasn't, mowed their tiny, front yard in a while. And so, but it definitely is, it can be a challenge in even communicating our work to the public when, in a lot of ways, we're holding our residents to a different standard than we're holding ourselves. And yeah, it's something that we really need to change in our own ordinances to update. But yeah, and then we certainly also get the resident concerns about plants touching them as they walk down the sidewalk. That's probably one of the big things that, if we get that call, we're gonna go out and we're gonna trim back our plants in one of our bump outs. And so, but a story that, of just a resident really coming around in their understanding, we were installing some rain gardens in what's called the annex area of the city. So it's more of a suburban sort of part of the city, and we were installing a rain garden directly adjacent and connecting to a woman's front yard. And she was extremely concerned about this rain garden, to the point that she was calling my boss, sobbing in tears that she was so upset that this was going in. She was very worried. She didn't want us to put in any plants that had pollen because she was worried about a family member having allergies to pollen, regardless of the enormous cherry tree that was in her front yard. And so it really was a learning process for her in us explaining to her why the installation was going in, what exactly it was, and also telling her, we'll work with you on the plant species. Let's talk about what plants we're gonna install. And she did a lot of research on her own to better understand it. I really give her a tremendous amount of credit, and she has just done a total 180 that she, in fact, we are trying to tell her she doesn't have to do as much work on this rain garden as she seems to think that she does. She's out there nearly every day doing maintenance, and so it's great that she's so engaged. But I think it is really possible for people to really grow and evolve in their perception of even things that are, you know, kind of out in the right of way, you know, adjacent to their property, but not on their own property. So sometimes there's success stories.
So, speaking in a landscape of fear, since we all embrace nature, intuitively, what I get from everybody is a lot of heart. You know, that's why we do it, and to be vulnerable and to do it, you know, when it's not only is the work easy, but all the relationships got to be hard. One of the things that I noticed today is a lot of Meadow-esque type landscapes, that are herbaceous, you know, landscapes. And in my experience, they also tend to require the most actual landscape management in both expectations and physical work. And without paths and mowed paths and ways to access that, I saw one picture of somebody standing in the middle of the field. And I myself have had Lyme disease 6 times, and I'm kind of sensitive to that. And I still walk in the field, and I just walk in the woods, in all the places that I would collect ticks. And people are kind of, you know, afraid of these things. But I just find that always a challenge to manage a completely dominant grass, floriferous, you know, landscape that potentially nobody knows exactly what it's going to be, and nobody has exact expectations. So in terms of getting people on board with that, I'm just fascinated by your experience.
Speaking of those big herbaceous landscapes, I was curious, for those of you who manage really large areas of herbaceous of the meadows, if you're able to accommodate leaving stems for the stem nesting bees, for example, you know, 12 to 18 inches in those big meadows. Like, how are you doing stewardship, maintenance, and keeping some stems, or are you able to, and what equipment do you use to do that?
Happy to speak to that. So there's a couple of different ways that this work happens. The biggest context of this type of work, or even fruition of it at Brooklyn Bridge Park, starts in our flower field over on the Pier 6 outboard. And this space is a large, undisturbed half to quarter acre of, you know, perennial flowering plants. And this is something that when we used to start the season with our new seasonal gardeners coming in and full-time staff would take us a week to do, if not 2 to 3, depending on the volume. And that was us cutting back everything: hibiscus, Carex muscagenensis, all of our asters, and everything pretty much within the bed to like a couple of inches. Then we made the observations about stem nesting bees and started to tailor certain strategies. And then we looked a little bit even deeper at things like R. muscagenensis. It looked very good in its senescent state. It filled through pretty nicely without outcompeting itself in larger clumps or colonies of it, and also was providing us a level of suppression of weeds throughout the season until other material was coming out. So where possible, we'll look at one effort like, you know, hardy stem with a hollow pith. If we have isolated areas throughout the park, we'll try to focus on getting those areas prepped with that kind of detail as much as possible. But then we're also strategic about what relationships we are forging with, you know, observers of the park. There's a local ornithologist who works with Cornell, Heather Wolf, who actually published a book on the migratory birds and birds of Brooklyn Bridge Park. And last 2 to 3 years, Heather has worked with us during the spring cutback to see where we have nesting populations of sparrows, where a certain habitat value or food sources are a little bit more viable, say even into keeping our panicum stands up until June or late May, because we still want to utilize some of that seed as a source. So we're still kind of manipulating those systems year by year. And we actually just got another large space that has kind of a similar palette of herbaceous plants that we're going to have to think about how to incorporate into our process. You know, what observation and timing are we going to utilize that in? And we're just trying to be mindful whenever we can, like, you know, reduce the labor if possible. We would like to, because also kind of to how Jay was saying just now, our large flower field is also surrounded by probably an acre of dense hedgerows, woodland type mechanisms. And this is one of the areas we determine as back of house. You know, we had, I hopefully can say, a very aggressive bindweed problem within the flower field. And this meant several years of intense management, nonstop responsibilities 24/7, calling in contractors to deeply pull out the root systems, even up to a foot down, sheet mulching on top of those areas, and then coming in this season with a wonderful gardener that executed a full planting of all those areas. And they asked me early in their tenure, what about these other areas? Like, there's some things, you know, as long as we're providing the access around the benches, the pathways are reasonably wide enough for people to walk through, there's no hazard value here. Let's focus on solving this issue and then be strategic about what we're going to focus on next year and then the next year after that. And we're not quite at the place of building 3 to 5 years plans, but that's a hope of how we want to kind of get ourselves to. So we all are on the same page about the sequences of the park. So that's kind of how we approach that sort of work.
Sure, I'll take that. Yeah, absolutely. We plugs are our favorite, but there's plenty of situations throughout the year, that we'll incorporate seed when we can. The biggest challenge with seed is maintenance, because you have client expectations, so they want to see quicker things happening. So plugs definitely buy you a little bit of time there, but there's lots of situations where we love to incorporate seed when we can. Yeah, perfect example. We did a pretty big project that we finished a few months ago, and we probably planted about 15,000 plugs, but then there was on the back side of this big mound, it was less seen, but we wanted to get it some coverage. We didn't want, weeds to just take over. So those are opportunities where we knew we didn't have to just, plug the whole thing, and we just picked a couple different seed mixes.
Great. Yes. Mm-hmm.
So to be a maintenance team member for ecological landscaping, it takes a lot of skills. So I think one of the challenges is the turnover rate in this industry. And I was wondering if anyone has tips to get the skilled and experienced people to stick around.
Great question.
Yeah, I'm stumped and not stumped at the same time. It's a tough one. To start off with general retention, we've all talked about, wages and certain capacities that, can help people stay around longer. I do think that finding opportunities to make people feel pride in their work, feel like they have a range of experiences that they can grow from. Because if they're not necessarily getting, merit increase over the time and promotions after promotions or things like that, there has to be some kind of elevation within that, whether you're trying to find engagement opportunities like bringing people out to ELA as an example, or field trips to see other institutes and programs and how that's run, making people feel like they're invested in a larger community than just what they do on a 9-to-5 basis with the team that they're with. Yeah, it's a really, really tough one, because also, as I've seen probably over 60 plus people throughout my time at Brooklyn Bridge Park on the horticulture staff, I've also been really excited that these people are going elsewhere to other horticultural institutes and somewhat advocating for their approaches and things that they've learned or spreading that technique someplace else. So for a business model, yes, retention is obviously an important component in retaining that knowledge. The strategies by which we do that is really kind of something that should be more customizable based on like the expectations of your work, but also ways that people can seek benefits that aren't detracting from the actual progress of that work. I'm kind of dancing around the question a little bit here, but yeah, that would be my main take on it.
I did just want to mention something quickly. As far as, I think, hiring people, it's a long process. Sometimes we think we're going to put the job application out, or we're going to put the offer out, we're going to get all these people and people will apply. I think it's also building from within. So one of the experiences that I've had that's been very positive is the interns that have come into our program. I like to think that I'm not only educating them for their future career, that career could very well be at my organization. And so I think that's another thing. It's not an answer to the question, or I'm sorry, it's not a quick answer or a quick solution, but I think it's something that if we think about that as we're building a team, also the idea that we could intern people with the thought that they could eventually become staff members. And I am experiencing that, people that are saying, thank you so much for what I've learned, and I hope I can, someday I can come back and so forth. So I think that's something to be thought about too. Yep.
Thanks, Greg. So I wrote down a few things from each of the talks today that were somehow meaningful to me, just these little nuggets that I wanted to leave you with. So, from Kate's talk, I loved that she told us, about that idea that came directly from the maintenance staff of that fabric sock. And her, urge to involve the maintenance staff at the outset. We know that, right? Greg, he talked about effective stewardship practices, consistency of care, cues to care. We also heard that from Refugia. And then Matt talked about maintenance is design. I just like that as a statement. And Rashid talked about, let's rethink what progress looks like and really focus on, that individual growth plans. I thought that was great. And manage up. Light bulb moments. Also from Claire and Mallory, winter interest. I don't know if you caught that, but that was lovely. I loved that. And, finally, I liked what Matt said, the answer is the people, right? So I think that's what we're all coming down to. It's about connections. It's about, supporting, figuring out, how we can have those connections. And, yeah, focus on the people to make this happen. So thank you, people, for being here today. You all were fabulous. Thank you to our sponsors. They're up there on the board there. Thank you to Longwood. We really appreciate this. And that was great that Dr. Johnson got to join us this morning. And I'm going to follow up and find out where we can read all about those studies. That's what I want to know. And we'll spread that word through ELA. So if you're not already a member of ELA, we invite you to join us. Please remember, if you need your CEUs to fill out, to sign the sheets up here. Also, there's an evaluation form. There's a little QR code that you can do an evaluation form for today's presentations. And thank you. Thank you all. The garden's open till 6 o'clock. Your badge is your ticket.